1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Hey, hey, hey. Test, test. Hey, hey.
Jury. Jury. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am the jury. I'm all deciding.
I'm the cameraman.
En dan komt die heel groot in beeld.
Deze microfoon is voor de jury.
Ja.
Dus die kunnen ze doorgeven.
En deze voor de...
Deze is
Ja.
voor de pitchers.
Super. Ja, precies. Die spotlighter, wat belangrijk is, als die klaar is, dus alles is klaar.
Ja.
De,
Zo, wanneer hij klaar is met zijn pitch bedoel je?
ja, maar ook, zeg maar, hij moet de hele tijd aan blijven staan. Want hij moet ook nog daar die discussie doen. Maar het is wel belangrijk dat hij, zeg maar, dan spotlight als de Q&A is afgelopen.
Oké, dat moet dan, maar jij zit naast mij toch? Dus, mocht ik het vergeten, ja, dat wel.
Ja.
Oké, nou.
Dus dat is, zeg maar, de spotlight. En die spotlight. En er zit ook iemand van Twente, die is ook online, die komt daar meteen na. Dus dan moet je het zelf erbij doen.
En wie is dat?
Dat weet ik niet.
Die zit er nog niet in.
Nee. Jullie teamgenoot.
zijn Twentes.
Ja, maar jullie gingen online pitchen? Gingen? Oh, top! Ja, ik vond het al zo raar, maar goed. Oké, nou dan is het alleen China.
Oké, prima.
Oké, super. Is het allemaal duidelijk?
Ja,
Oké,
dus
super.
en jullie hebben liefst dat je dan echt ook op papier het invult. Je moet dan gewoon...
Ja, we vonden het een
Word
beetje
documenten
wonderlijk
online.
als iedereen, zeg maar, met de laptop en de ene weer niet. En we wisten niet wie er allemaal een laptop bij zich zou hebben.
Ja, oké. En ik maar bij maak ik niet
Ja?
met, maar dan...
Het staat in principe ook op volgorde.
Ja, ik zag het en ik gooi even...
Even doornemen.
Ja, wanneer of het... Maar ik heb ze bij allemaal niet opgevoerd.
Ja, klopt. Wat vindt u zelf fijn? Want we hebben...
Ja, voor de timing in de
Ja.
gaten te houden en zo.
ja, wat vindt u fijn? Want in principe de 4 minuten doen wij. De timing van de pitch doen wij. Dus
Ja.
daar hoeft u niet zelf niet op te letten.
Maar voor de vragen...
Voor de vragen, we willen graag dat u zelf kan bepalen wanneer de discussie eindigt. Ja,
Ja.
dat lijkt me gewoon het prettigst voor iedereen. En
Ja, maar dan zal ik een... Ja.
wilt u zelf op de telefoon dat bijhouden? Wilt u dat ik een seintje geef? Wilt u...
Ik zal mijn telefoon wel bijhouden.
Ja?
Inderdaad. Dus van je wil echt op 9... Dus een minuutje ervoor
Ja.
om nog echt een minuut... Maar ja,
Het is oké.
ik snap
het is
hoe
niet
snel, ik
precies...
snap ook hoe snel, ja, 5 minuutjes per team zeg maar en je bent
In principe staat er 8 minuten,
half uur.
8 minuten per discussieronde.
Ja.
Dus
Oké.
ongeveer 8 minuten. Als het 9 minuten duurt, als het 7
Ja.
minuten duurt,
Nee,
is
nee,
het
maar
allemaal
dan
niet erg
dan
hoor.
echt wel elk team op ja, nee, maar dan denk ik, dan zie ik in of er vragen er zijn en om te bepalen of er nog tijd voor een extra vraag of niet.
Ja, nou precies.
Ja.
Maar of dat iets langer duurt, is allemaal goed.
Ja,
Maar
nee,
gewoon
maar ik
ongeveer.
snap wel
Ja,
het is belang om nu die
Ja,
timing een beetje
precies.
aan te houden.
Ja,
Want anders,
ja, precies. Oké,
ik ook
nou
niet rond.
super. Als u verder nog iets dan.
Nee.
Hi, good morning. Oh, jullie zijn met z'n tweeën natuurlijk. Daar had ik even niet aan gedacht, want ik heb alleen jou ingezet. Maar deze persoon komt vanmiddag pas, dus je kunt in principe gewoon hiernaast gaan zitten en dat is allemaal goed. Ja? Oké, top. Is verder alles duidelijk? Ik weet niet of mijn collega al heeft uitgelegd. In principe beoordeel je namelijk niet dezelfde pitches als je TRD's hebt gelezen.
Oké.
En er staat hierboven welk team je moet beoordelen. Hier is het schema.
Oké, dus je krijgt gewoon alle pitches te zien,
Ja,
maar een deel hoef je maar te beoordelen.
Anders wordt het wel heel vermoeiend, dachten wij.
Ja.
Dus het is maar een deel en ze staan in principe op volgorde van zeg maar het team. Dus hier staat Twente, dat is de eerste team, deze is de tweede page. En dan spreek ik zelf verzekerd.
Oké.
Nee, voor iemand anders. Dus, ja.
Hi.
Annelies.
Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen. Rick. Water. Annelies. Goedemorgen. Ja, wat klopt? Will be arranged.
Ja. De
Is...
juryvoorzitter.
Annelies.
Dat was een nee, dat is een andere. Ja, oké. We hebben een big jury dan.
Hi.
Rick.
Ça reste c'est commun, hein, avec d'autres équipes à qui ça arrive.
Ouais, parce que, on est sur 100 vols, nous autres, puis on a racheté un transformateur de plus de 220.
Wie doet het timing? Ik. Oké, waar is het?
Ça a passé des détecteurs, ils ont pris le cellulaire, ils ont repris son cellulaire, c'est des images à leur capteur. Ils l'ont effectivement save sur le
Dus heeft hij... Ja, je moet de timer altijd op tafel hebben.
Ja, ik kan het wel halen.
Ja, als je wil.
Dus even vragen of je al wat uiteindelijk zo is.
Yes, there. We have special seating for you in front. It's here. Yes. Annelies will be the chair of the jury meeting. This is your grade sheet. So you can just fill it in, but you don't have to assess all of it. So here's China is the first one you use, which is true sense, then Fuentes is then detected. So you will cross two pitches, and then you will have a big break so you can lean back a bit, and then there are some other pitches.
So but I can follow all.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But it was a bit exhausting
Yeah, go
to
through
assess
all
all
of
of them, so we just made a selection.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I and then detectives, so they're going to be in the second round. Yes. Yeah, and then sense work and obsess. So, yeah? Did you not do
I went to the wrong place.
wrong place?
I went
Okay,
to
too
the
bad.
what's this technology center where we were yesterday.
Oh, the high-tech campus. Oh.
And then I went to the taxi and I had to get the taxi. But happily I made it here in time. So.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, I'm so glad you hear that. Because if you want something to drink, something is arranged. So I will get it for you. Yeah.
Yeah. A glass of water is fine.
Yeah, water is coming.
Water is
Yeah,
on it.
excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Angela, yeah, I was wondering too. Okay, and then your device.
Dat is wel heel belangrijk. Hè?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I have. We also have a week in course.
En this week? Zet ik hem aan. Oké. Oh, maar. Ja, dat is goed. Dat is ook goed. En moet ik, hoe haal ik een knop naar? Moet hij zo geluid? En dan op YouTube of zo?
I don't know, misschien kun je ook een timer app op.
Maar ik kan niet op mijn telefoon.
Nee, ik zeg wel, een timer app.
Oh ja. Zie je ergens de
a lot, but it's important. So you can check like percent and then there are some yeah. So you're
I'll be fine.
yeah, good morning. Hi, is it all clear to you? Okay, then I'm at the right place. Okay, so here's a mix of things that you've read with your EO and you did not. So here are the names of the things that you need to judge for today. And here you can see yes. So first thing you need to relax a little bit on the first view. Yeah. So for you, how you feel? So well prepared. So you can choose which one you want.
I'm not right, but I'm just gonna
But yeah, this
about
yes. All clear? Yes, because no, it's not.
okay. That doesn't matter because for the one who has the pitch, for example, you can get faithful questions. But in general, if somebody has a question from the jury, they can always ask them. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. We have enough time for questions.
Will you all be seated? We start in a few seconds. Thank you. Ik zal het wel aanzoeken, ja? Okay. Hi to all of you here in Eindhoven and hi to all of you online. I want to welcome you to the translation potential pitches. So there will be 2 rounds of pitches. This will be the first round. And each team will pitch for 4 minutes, whereafter an 8-minute discussion takes place, which is led by our beautiful jury. Annelies Bobbelien is the chair of this jury, and she will actually lead all of the discussions. So I want to invite the first team, which is True Sense from China. They will be the only team presenting online. So I wanted to ask to you online who's actually pitching so we can spotlight you.
Hi, can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
I will ask my colleague to... Yeah, I think you now spotlighted. Can you switch on your camera, please?
Okay. Just a second. Can you see me right now?
No, I'm afraid not. Yeah, now we can. Hi.
Okay. Hi. Nice to
Hi.
meet you.
Yeah, welcome to you. I will click through the slides for you. So when you want next slide and when I'm doing it wrong, you have to shout.
Okay.
Is that okay for you?
Yeah. Could you please wait for a second? Like, I'm switching to see your camera.
Okay, yeah.
Like, I currently cannot see it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So when you start talking, we start the clock. And I guess you're good to go?
Yeah. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry, just a second. Oh. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're Team Sense from Zhejiang University, China. It's a great honor for us to be here, and please allow me, as the representative of our team today, to briefly introduce the business feasibility of our biosensor to you. Next page, please. Okay. Yeah. You could keep clicking until all the data come up. Yeah. Thank you. First of all, we have a large market scale, and in this background knowledge part, here are some data showing how severe sepsis is. So you can see that it has a high mortality rate, largely because many victims ignore the early warning signs and only seek medical help once the disease has advanced. So we believe that it is far better for a patient to have early diagnosis and early treatment, which will also be mentioned later. And also the large number of medical treatments and new cases every year means that there are a large scale of patients whom our biosensor can benefit by offering them convenient, efficient, and accurate early diagnosis. Next page, please. Yeah, okay. So this is a diagrammatic sketch on how to use our biosensor. So our biosensor is a point-of-care device that can monitor the blood concentration of IL-6 in sepsis patients. With only 200 microliter of blood on the testing chip and easy operation, users can read their blood concentration and record their health status on our app, which is connected to the device via Bluetooth. And based on users' profile of the blood concentration efficacy, doctors could optimize the treatments efficiently, which drastically cut down the relevant costs of the patients and the workload of doctors. Next page, please. Yeah, thank you. So our biosensor is designed to provide 7 parts of great convenience to the customers. First of all, it's time saved. So IL-6 is an indicator with fast detection availability, and we are choosing this indicator as the testing target. And also our sensor can get outcome quicker than those devices in hospitals because we are creating a device that is only to test IL-6, while those devices in hospitals have to test other indicators, and it would take longer for them to get those outcomes. This is also something about the targeted testing device. Thirdly, we could give the customers affordable price because both the price of the sensor itself and the expense for a test of IL-6 have greatly decreased than in hospitals because we are only testing IL-6. And also the fourth part is a promise that through our experiments, we can provide an outcome that is as accurate as those devices in hospitals. The other part is accessibility. Oh, yeah, okay. So our sensor is planned to be sold to individuals and local hospitals in communities, which greatly increase people's accessibility to IO6 tests. Many hospitals, instead of hospitals only in developed areas of high rankings, would also be able to provide IO6 testing, which means the people living in those remote areas with not that developed medical levels can also be able to get early diagnosis and early treatments. Okay, so next page, please.
Yeah, I will have to cut you off here because you're out of your 4 minutes. I added a few extra because of the connection. But are there any final things you want to add
okay.
here? You can say like a few more words, but we're out of time, so we go to the questions next.
Okay. So I want to end by saying that we have offered some kind of diagrammatic sketch in our PowerPoint later, and probably we can you could see them during the question time.
Great. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your pitch.
Thank you.
So I will give the floor to you, Annelies.
Okay, I don't want to take up the time myself, so perhaps let's first look at the other jury members. Is there anyone with a pressing question that they would like to ask?
Yeah, so Heikki Nieminen. What is the biggest advantage compared to competition? Current.
Pardon? The biggest advantage of...
Yeah, biggest value kind of provided compared to current solutions.
Oh, okay. So the biggest advantage is that this is a targeted device that only tests IL-6. So it means that it can save time, it can save costs, and it also has larger mobility than the current devices in hospitals.
Hi, this is Judy here. I was wondering what type of samples your system works with. Do you work with plasma? Can you work in a more GP setting? What sort of settings are you able to test your samples in?
May I invite my teammate for this question?
Yeah, of course. What's its name? He can just unmute himself or herself.
Oh, okay. Could you please ask the question once again, because
yes.
Like my teammate does not really understand it.
My question is, where will you be using the device and which sample types is it able to be used with?
Okay.
I can see you're talking, but you're on mute. Yeah, it's not working. I'm happy to go for the next question.
Okay, maybe we can move on to the next question, because I guess your mic is not working.
Okay.
I have another question related to the problem you mentioned in the beginning of the pitch. You said that there is a lot of deaths caused by sepsis or very severe cases of sepsis simply because patients come to the hospital too late. So that made me wonder, even though you have a test that allows for quicker testing, you still need the patients to come to the hospital at an earlier point in time. So I was wondering how to create that awareness among patients to come to do earlier testing, because they're in control themselves. So that means they also need to take that responsibility to do an earlier test.
Okay. So this has something to do with the mobility of our body.
You're muted again. I'm not sure whether. I think. Okay.
Oh,
if you could
can you hear me
start
now?
from. Yeah, we didn't hear anything. Just the
Okay,
first
okay.
words.
Okay, I'm sorry. So this has something to do with the mobility of our biosensor. We have previously interviewed some doctors in different hospitals in different cities in China, and we figured out that in some areas that are remote and where the medical level is not that developed, in the local hospitals, there aren't enough, it is not available for them to take the IL-6 test in those local hospitals. So people in those areas have to travel far to hospitals in larger cities for the testing. And we believe that this is a great inconvenience and obstacle for them to get easy and early testing. So our biosensor can actually be used as a home testing kit, which will also be spread to the local hospitals and local agents, where the patients and potential patients and anyone who wants to take a test can have easy access in just the drugstore or the local hospitals that are accessible for them.
Okay, thank you.
I think we round up here, right? Because
Yeah.
we will round up here.
Okay.
So I really wanted to thank you for your pitch and thank you for your explanations. And
Okay, thank you.
stick around because we go to Twentos.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Robin. I'm representing Twentos, the team from Enschede. We've interviewed medical professionals to assess the current treatment of sepsis. It starts with a suspicion someone is sick, and a medical professional determines whether to send the patient to the hospital or not. In the hospital, sepsis is diagnosed with a symptomatic test. With either QSOFA or SURS, the patient is assessed relatively easy. Once sepsis is diagnosed, the patients get given a preventative treatment with a broad-spectrum antibiotic. This is to curb the disease and the inflammation. And blood cultures are taken immediately, and this is to identify the pathogen. Only once the pathogen is determined, a narrow-spectrum antibiotic can be applied, and this is the thing that actually cures the patient. The problem that we heard from the medical professionals is time. Identifying the pathogen takes 6 to 48 hours, and sepsis is a really deadly disease. A patient can easily die within a day. A patient has about a 7.6% average decrease in survival rate every hour they are left untreated. What we propose is a head start. With early detection, we have more time to identify the pathogen. We have an asymptomatic test, which means very early in the disease, we can already determine sepsis in a patient. Our test takes about 20 minutes. And we have a reusable chip. We've found a way to reuse them, which means that the cost per test is relatively low, and it can be freely used by our customers. We are planning to implement our sensor in elderly homes. We found that elderly are more susceptible to the disease and fatality rates are significantly higher. Also, elderly have a weaker immune system, so it will be harder to do a symptomatic test that is done right now on elderly. We've developed our sensor using 4 partners, which means that the technology is already there. We have our microfluidics from Fluidient. Leonix builds our chips, Xantec codes them, and our key partner Delta provides the prototype that we use to measure our signal. Our unique selling point is enabling use in elderly homes. In elderly home, you don't have an analyst, not an expert, so it has to be able to be used by general nursing staff. We have a 4-channel parallel instrument, which means we have 4 times the capacity in a single instrument. We integrated with the information system in the institute, which makes it possible to couple patient data to a test easily. We have developed a product so there's minimal maintenance to be used by the user. And we have put an emphasis on non-expert use. We've developed a end-user UI and tested it with our end users. The use case is planning a test, coupling it to the patient. The machine asks for a sample, and you get a result within 20 minutes. We have estimated our sensor to cost about 3,000 euros. We set it for 7,000. The visualization of the chip is done in-home, which allows us to give a significant markup on it. These are the estimates really quickly with regard to time. We plan to implement it in the Netherlands and Germany initially, then spread to Europe. And once the product is successful, we seek FDA approval and ship it to the US and Canada. That's our product. Thank you for listening. Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Team Twentos. Any questions from the jury? Perhaps we'll start with the jury members that are assessing this particular pitch. Okay, then yeah.
So good morning. Thank you for your pitch. Very clear. My name is Angela Bicker. I'm a clinical chemist, and I was wondering how would you use the IL-6 test in the nursing home? Would you use it to diagnose or to rule out? Because you said you want to be fast enough to identify a pathogen, but a pathogen is not identified by IL-6, or at least not the specific strain. So what is the strategy that you would like to implement in
the idea is that it's a lot of guesswork. Whether someone is sick, you don't know why they're sick. And just at the earliest suspicion of sepsis, which also why we have a very low cost per test, you can test your patient in your elderly home and see if they have sepsis. Because if that's the case, they need to go to the hospital as soon as possible. And if you do this early on in the disease, you have more time to do the blood culture and in that way identify the pathogen. So it's just buying time for the patient, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Andreas Blazer. I have a few questions regarding your talk. So I would like to know, you spoke about the user, that it's very easy to use, very intuitive. Did you make any user experience studies, or did you have any tests where you really applied it to maybe the end user that you are trying to reach?
Yes, my thesis was on the end user UI. I built it in my thesis, and I've also tested it with a few medical professionals and also with a few industry partners on usability. And yeah, incorporated their feedback in the final result.
Okay. How much introduction was required for the different kind of users? So, like, maybe you have tested different ones, not
Yeah,
only medical
I've tested a
specialists?
hospital analyst, a nurse at the acute care, and a product owner of the prototype that we're using. With the 2 people that are actually basically our end users. I needed to provide a little bit of introduction and kind of went through the interface, and based on that acquired feedback on the different parts of the interface, things I didn't understand that weren't intuitive, and after that created the final prototype for the interface.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, hi, good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. Yeah. Congrats for the project. Here a couple of questions. So you mentioned in your presentation that you're targeting asymptomatic. But then, as a reply to the first you remember, you mentioned that once you have a suspicion of sepsis, then you will test it. So how would it go? Would you kind of use your system preventively and in elderly residents at nursing homes? If so, how often? What will motivate the usage of such device? The pricing was quite fast, so if you could kind of address it again, how much it is and who pays for that? Kind of what are your financials in the end?
Yeah, so the idea is that the initial sensor cost is 7,000 euros, which is quite an investment. That's why we're also planning to provide a service option where people can rent the sensor, so to say. And really where our income comes in is the chips that we develop, because we make the assay in home and we provide the chips, we produce the chips in bulk, we can really drive down the cost. And
how much it is per test?
Per test, the chips are sold at 100 euros, and the reusability of the test is at least 5. So that would be 20, but it could be lower if reusability can be like, we're currently developing the reusability of the sensor, so we don't know what the limit is, but we can probably drive it down by a lot by making it reusable. Actually, no, we have 5 times, we have 4 channels. Which means that if you use the sensor 5 times, you have 20 tests, which means the cost per test is 5 euros currently.
You will reuse it per person, or the same chip can be used for different persons, or each channel for different
persons? Each channel is for a different person, for a different sample. The chip is basically the core of our measurement technique, and we have the samples flow over the chip. And after that, a chemical flow is added, which removes the IL-6 and the binding from the sensor, so the next sample can be used again. And we use a blood filtration with a disposable part to make sure there's no cross-contamination between patients.
Okay. Please show again the financials.
Yeah, can you see it? Perhaps you're interested in this part. We have an instrument, we have the chip, and we have the chemicals that we're providing to keep the machine running.
Okay, thank you. I'll give the word to another.
Okay, thank you. I believe there was a second person present online that also had a question.
We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, we can.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I hope that we still have a couple of minutes. So nice presentation, thank you. I have a question. You mentioned about a few partners. So what is your part in this? Because it seems like you're dependent on many people, and what would be their motivation to participate in this, in this business?
Yeah, our contribution is combining these technologies to have a specific solution for sepsis. So doing the chemical assays and combining the microfluidics with the MMR technique and with a prototype that can measure that. So combining the parts is our biggest contribution.
So do you have any patents, or do you have any chance for making any patents, or?
That I'm not sure. It's mainly based on existing technologies, so patents might be hard to acquire. But once we are get the ball rolling, and we can of course patent our functionalization, or like how we functionalize our chips. Once we get the ball rolling, we want to be the biggest in the sector, and from there, yeah, kind of dominate the market because it's largely untapped.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team Twentus. In the interest of time, we will close it off here. Thanks a lot.
Okay, cheers.
Yes, thank you.
I guess it's Sepsen's turn now. So you can come up to the stage. You will be to present this? Okay, great. We just have one mic, so yeah.
How does the clicker work? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Abdullah, and this is my colleague Yazan. We are presenting how are we going to take our biosensor to the market. We conducted several interviews with healthcare professionals to evaluate the sepsis detection methods, and we found that the current methods are limited. For example, there is no commercially available point-of-care biosensors to detect sepsis, and the current lab test can take up to 48 hours, which is quite long for such a deadly disease that increases 8% of mortality every hour. In addition, sepsis is costing the national health system in the UK of £20,000 per patient, which is really a very good number that we are trying to tackle. So we thought that we decided to build a biosensor that can tackle these problems. But before going to that point, we wanted to evaluate the market and to make sure that our business is viable and we are investing in the right place. So after extensive research, we found that the biosensor market, the global biosensor market, is estimated to be $50 billion USD in 2027. And the sepsis diagnostic market in UK is estimated to be $120 million, which is quite a good market and opportunity for us. Therefore, we built and developed a biosensor that have self-calibration and fully automation feature that detect IL-6 concentration in blood plasma in just 5 minutes with a single button. This feature can reduce the complexity of the sensor for the end user, and can reduce the cost of the lab expertise and the lab equipment that might be needed to detect sepsis. Another addition to this biosensor is the self-calibration feature that can suppress all the variations that can arise due to the mass production of the cartridges. Therefore, we implemented a novel technology that can self-calibrate the sensor without any intervention from the user. And this feature can reduce the complexity also for the sensor and can produce threefold improvement in the results for the IL-6 concentration. Okay, so for our so for the cost breakdown, our biosensor currently costs approximately $800, but we're going to sell it for $2,000, giving us a sales margin of 60%. The current cost for sepsis diagnosis is approximately $200, while in comparison, our device will cost only $5 per test. And then for our revenue projection, we expect the first 2 years will not have any revenue because it will be for prototyping and further research, while for the third year we expect to start lending out the biosensor for the NHS for trials, and then that is after the trial period we expect sales to start, and then we hope that the outcome of the biosensor will help spread the news about the novel technologies that we're using all over the United Kingdom.
So a brief overview of our funding phases and actions. The first phase is aimed at us further developing the biosensor into from a prototype to a functional device. The second stage is aimed at us further developing it and acquiring the UKCA mark, which allows us to introduce it to the market for sales. The main aim of the third phase is to further scale up production of the biosensor and acquire more of the market. Our further actions after that would be to expand and move on to further markets such as the US and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Substance. Let's have a look at the jury. Any questions?
Thank you very much for this presentation and also for the explanations. Jean-François Masson, one of the jury members. So can you go back to your cost slide? I just want to see what's included in your manufacturing cost. So you said it cost 801, I forgot if it was dollars or pounds. So what do you include in that cost? Well, okay, no, I don't need the slide, but so what is included?
So the $801 is going to be the components that we are using. Okay, sorry. So the cost breakdown is going to be the components that we are using since it's optical fluorescence. We're going to have filters and we're going to have motors for the fully automation.
So do you include the labor cost? Because who's going to assemble it?
Yes, so during the first 2 years, where we will further develop the device based on the direction that we go, any changes that would be made. We will look for partners that are able to help us manufacture it based on what new introductions we.
Do you have an idea how much it would cost to manufacture it? Because the parts is one part of the cost, but
yes.
the labor and marketing and support is the other part.
Yes, that's true. Because this is a very early stage for our biosensor, so it would be quite difficult to estimate a number, but we do not expect it to go beyond 1,500.
Okay. The second question is, so you mentioned funding, which is very, very good to look at funding right now, but what do you give in return to the investors?
Yes, so based on each funding stage, we expect to give the funders a percent of the percent share of the company based on the valuation of that during that year. So they will have a percentage stake. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Also, we have a couple of questions, if I may. So you have presented your roadmap and cost structure. I'm missing the regulatory part. You have an estimate of the costs and the time that you'll take for certifying your solution, and how will that impact kind of your sales forecast?
Yes. So the second stage of funding is going to be mainly aimed at acquiring the funds for the UKCA mark, which is the regulatory regulation required to introduce a medical device into the market. So it will all be done during the second phase. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think you are kind of underestimating your costs, but overall, great job.
Thank you.
So I also have a question, Sven Ingebrand from Aachen University. I also want to break down the discussion on the cost. Yeah, so you tick the marks, kind of $5 per test, and this all sounds very nice, 5 minutes result. This is what investors would like to know. Yeah, and the next question they would ask, can you even be cheaper and faster? So where's the limit?
The limit will be set by the final product. So by the end of the 2 years, we might have a different version of the device. So to be able to determine the minimum cost, we would need to reach that stage first.
So if, I don't know, can it be mass produced and in larger volumes, or what is the...
Yeah, as of now, because we are like producing prototypes and a low number of chips, so the cost will be low for now, and maybe it will be like lower when we mass produce it. As you know, if like we are producing 100 of chips in a single machine, it will be much lower cost in terms of electricity and the labor, while producing one chip and then prototyping and then testing again. So that's why we have a low cost now, but it will be lower when we mass produce it in the future.
Okay. So may I ask another question? Okay. So, as I learned, the specialty of your device is the self-calibration.
Yes.
Yeah. So, is there any chance to get this patented, or is there a protection possible? Because this is also a major step if this really works.
So I didn't get your question,
The
please.
self-calibration.
Yes.
Can you patent this or protect it somehow?
Yeah, we are planning to do that because we did a test to validate this feature. We put two very identical samples with the same IL-6 concentrations, and we did the measurements for only the detection antibody that we are using fluorescence intensity, and there was big variations between the two. Although they were completely identical. But when we did the calibration of fluorophore, that's another fluorescence signal, and we took the ratio between the two, it was completely the same ratio. So we proved that the auto-calibration is working very fine, and compared to the detection of only the detection fluorophore, there was an error margin of like 30% or up to 20%, while with the ratio, it was threefold less than that error margin.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You want to ask a question?
Yes. Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the first part of your talk about the target group. Which target group would you really like to target?
Okay.
Which user group? I'm sorry. And I thought you mentioned the use of blood plasma, and would that be then workable, feasible for this group? Because blood plasma, of course, it doesn't. Don't get it with a finger stick, for instance.
Yeah. So our first target group is the NHS, the National Health System in the UK, and NHS Trust. So we will go into like ICU units and in the hospitals. So this will be viable for us in the beginning to use blood plasma because it's available in the hospitals. We are not going to homes for now, but then our next target group will be the GPs, the general practitioners in each neighborhood in the UK. So it will be more available for people, and it will be better detection and more accessible and distributed around the UK. So our first target group is the National Health System and the NHS Trust and their network, of course, internally.
Okay, but for plasma you need to centrifuge, and normally this is done in the laboratory, so it's a practical thing that
Yes.
especially, well, the ICU maybe, but centrifugation is not usually done at a ward or a department of the hospital. So that's could it be used in whole blood? That's
Yeah, actually, our future plans, we are planning to add to the sensor that, because that's why we use a camera, not a photodiode for detecting fluorescence, because we have a future plans of using this camera for other type of biomarkers and using this camera for other type of assays. And we might try to add a pathogen or the cause of sepsis test inside the same biosensor. When we talk to healthcare professionals and we say that we need a blood plasma for now to be able to detect the IL-6, and they were okay if it's in the ICU unit and if it's in hospital, it could be better than going to the lab and having to wait like 48 hours to get the results for blood culture or something like this. Bringing that for now is a better solution. But of course, in the future, we can use other technology that enable us to do the blood tests completely without any centrifugal or any other equipment.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you for your nice pitch and very enthusiastic answers. Thanks a lot, Team SepSens.
Thank you.
I'll have to check who's up next, but it's Biosensing, so I'll invite you to the stage.
So hi everyone, my name is Katza and I'm representing the Canadian team from Montreal, Biosensing. So this is not the good PowerPoint actually. Okay, well, so before proposing a solution for sepsis, I would like to explain what is sepsis. So whenever you have an infection or tissue damage, your immune system will produce chemical messengers called cytokines, and some cytokines will trigger inflammation and to do their jobs. And in the case of sepsis, this inflammation is not controlled, and this can cause fever, confusion, and even organ failure and even death. So this is where we come in. Biosensum, we offer a point-of-care technology that would that can quantify this inflammation and will be able to do so by the quantification, the detection, of cytokine, the interleukin 6. So after interviewing a few key stakeholders, we have realized that our main adopters would be mostly health professionals that work in a hospital setting, because sepsis is considered an emergency. So since hospital administrations also tend to order new equipment based on their professionals' recommendation, we thought it would be a great idea to start there with to introduce our biosensor through this customer segment. So considering our current solution, with current alternatives that there are on the market, currently the only alternatives that there are in our market are either blood tests, routine blood tests, or a symptomatic assessment. And currently, routine blood tests can take up to 24 hours before results, so it does not allow for the real-time monitoring of acute inflammations. So our rapid point-of-care technology would help not only to standardize current protocols, but also to quantify IL-6 in the case of inflammation in a 5-minute alternative for the rapid quantification of IL-6. Since IL-6 is upregulating the current biomarkers that are targeted in blood tests, it would give better results and would be more accurate to predict the outcome of sepsis. So initially, I think I can use this. So initially, our startup would be divided into 3 units. We would have the business unit, the science unit, and the technological unit, which will all be mentored by our affiliated universities. The business unit will be the first in line during our first 2 years to prepare actually the legal foundations of our company, and especially communications, patenting, and IP filing. In the future, we would also like to have partnerships with companies such as Affinity Instruments, which is a biosensing company, or other providers such as High Test for antibodies, Thor Labs, or Ocean Insights for our optical device. For the first part of our project, we have actually been able to reach out to different companies for funding and for counseling, notably our health ministry, Department of Biovigilance and Medical Biology, and they have guided us through the limitations of our local market. Since currently in Quebec, IL-6 is not a routine test, it is only conducted in 2 different laboratories in the entire province. So the introduction of a new point-of-care technology would also allow to give a better access to healthcare. And to do so, since it's only done in 2 labs, we would have to register in Quebec's lobbyist registry, so we could submit a project to the Innovation Bureau. After that, we would be applying for patenting and certifications and building a professional network thanks to the mentoring and counseling of our health ministry. Yes, I could finish. So I think I'll leave the questions. Start.
If you're curious about any more business plans, it's now the question round.
Okay, thank you, Team Biosensor. Let's see who has a question from the jury.
Maybe you could mention, I'm Rachel Armstrong, by the way. Maybe you could mention again quickly the 3 units And how will using these 3 units together get you to the market and the customer?
Yeah. So we decided to have a business unit, a science unit, and a technological unit to focus on the different aspects of our startup. So for the business unit, it would be divided into 2 departments. One that would be more about the legal part and the foundations of for example, the certifications and the IP filing. And the other department would be more for the marketing, so the communications with our partners, searching for new funding and everything. And at the first 2 years of our startup, it would be more about R&D, research and development, funding, patenting, and applying to the Bureau of Innovation in province. And afterwards, after our first 2 years of funding and building our startup, the other units, mostly the science and technological, would start the production.
Okay, maybe I can take also Jean-François' approach and ask, you listed a lot of really promising partners. What is in it for them to work with you? Is the main protection the patent, or is there something else that they would get out of this?
Yes, so currently, as I mentioned before, there's no actual diagnostic tool. There's no conclusive tool that people can use to diagnose or monitor sepsis. So it would help to bring standardization in current protocols. So the companies that would help our startup build the biosensor and market it would also help to standardize the protocols in a nationwide aspect. And also, since we have decided to, I didn't mention it because not the good PowerPoint, but we were planning also on working with an R&D incubator at the beginning, because since we are trying to market to hospitals, we thought that it would be easier actually to introduce a new technology through an R&D incubator, and it adds more credibility, especially for health professionals. And yeah, I'm not sure if that answered the question.
No, it's much more clear. Thank you.
Perfect.
Actually, I had exactly the same question, but I can rebound on. No, it's great. It's access to market is fantastic, and the fact that it was about competition and the fact that you don't have anyone doing IL-6. But then the next question is, so you've identified people and you've talked to them about whether they would use it, and they say yes, and that's great. And so, how much does it cost, and will they pay this?
Yeah, so currently our biosensor, the device itself is a one-time purchase of about $2,000 Canadian dollars. The production costs about $1,200, and for each test, the manufacturing cost of each test costs $475. So we could resell it at a bigger price of $10 to $15. We're still considering 10 and 15 because we thought that at the beginning we could sell each test for $15. And once we get to outsourcing and we can upscale the production, then we could lower the price to $10 per test.
So, sorry, just to finish on this, did you clarify that cost with people? How does that work? Because there is no competition. You can't say our cost is cheaper than the others. Mm-hmm. And so will they say $10, $7, to $15, $20 is okay?
Yes, well, actually, the current alternatives that we have in Quebec are either routine blood tests, so they can cost up to $150 to $3,000. They're covered by the insurance, but it's still the money that is taken out of the system. Otherwise, we also have the laboratory analysis that we can do. However, they're done with radioimmunoassays, so there are only 2 laboratories in Quebec that have the equipment to do them. So it reduces the accessibility. Those tests are also covered, but they're double the price of what we propose per test. So we figure that the way that the health system is built in Quebec especially, the health insurance can reimburse the cheapest alternatives. So we thought about introducing a cheaper alternative so that it could be also covered by the insurance.
Yeah, thank you very much for your great presentation. I have actually a question to this very slide here. Is that the good slide? Can we talk about this 5-year projection here?
I think it was last year's, but
okay.
It kind of resembles that, so right. Yes.
Actually, I was a bit surprised when I see the jump from 2024 to 2025, and you make this big jump in the biosensor revenue, especially considering that the marketing budget before in 23-24 is not considered. So how do you envision that? You jump there from, I would say, up to more or less 500,000 for the biosensor, plus another 500 to 600 for the cartridge. How many devices do you need to sell to get there?
Yes, so for our first year of production, we were expecting to reach 20% of the Canadian market. So we thought about selling 260 biosensor devices to the 1,300 hospitals that there are in Canada. So this amounts roughly to 45,000 tests that would be sold. Since this is last year's PowerPoint, it doesn't really reflect our funding, but we're currently in line for different fundings. For example, we have a competition also in Quebec. If you know, I'm not sure about the name, but it's like a kind of a competition where you present your product to entrepreneurs as well. And we're actually finalists, so we are in line for maybe a $20,000 grant. So the funding is very different than last year's, and this would actually allow us to pursue our project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
I have one more question that relates to the question here before. There was another question. Okay, then I'll give the floor to you.
So just a comment for this jump before I ask my question. So you say 260 per year. That's a lot. Somebody needs to do that, right? Devices per year sold. Yeah? Somebody needs to be the salesman, going somewhere, talking to the people, setting it up.
Yes, actually.
Did you count that in, the personal cost?
Yes, well, actually, in order to reduce the labor cost, because right now the biosensor is manufactured at $1,200. However, the price is expensive because we could not build our own parts. So there were some parts that we were planning to build ourselves, such as the optical device, and that is actually the most expensive part of the biosensor, and it could help reduce the price by almost $600. And also, I'm not sure if, I think my colleague wants to add something.
Yeah.
Basically, so by building those pieces ourselves, we can relocate the money to actually hire someone to do that, or do it ourselves, since nobody can be as motivated as us to sell it.
Okay, good comment. So, but I had a question about the patent and IP.
Yeah.
Again, like with the last team. Can this be secured? Is it secured, or what is the plan?
Yes, actually. So if you remember our 1-minute pitch at the beginning, at the opening ceremony, we're using a tapered borosilicate fiber. So it's an innovation of a member of our laboratories at our university. So we optimized it so we could use LSPR on the tapered tips. So it's completely new, not yet seen in the literature at least. So yes, there is potential for patenting, and
so
we hope to do so.
The picture of that tip is really nice.
Yeah,
like
thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. In the meanwhile, we have reached our 8 minutes of questions, so thanks a lot, Team Biosensor, for this great presentation.
Okay, I will invite the next team up to stage, which is Eichsens from Germany. Hi, welcome.
Okay, welcome to our presentation. I'm Magdalena from Eichsens. I'm electrical engineer, and this is our biologist Sven. So we will take you on our journey, how we identified how to solve the detection of sepsis and how we want to establish our product in the market. Well, once sepsis has started, it progresses very fast, and so far there is no real-time measurement for the sepsis marker interleukin-6. The established test, ELISA, is expensive and it takes time. And there are also prototypes for biosensors, but they lack in sensitivity, and also it's complicated to manufacture them. So we face a lot of improvement potential And we want to use that by developing a sensor which facilitates easy and fast point-of-care detection with low manufacturing costs facilitated by an optimized production. How to put that into practice? The first step is that our prototype should show how to provide quick measurement results that are ready within minutes. And also, of course, we need to protect our intellectual properties. As soon as our device is ready, we will apply for a patent, and in this process, we will consult a patent company. In order to commercialize our product, we will start with a small-scale production for clinical trials, and then we will contact companies for manufacturing, assembly, and shipping, and at the same time partner with healthcare service providers, because actually that's where the demand is arising from. And once available, we will continue with market analysis for future developments and modifications.
Okay, I have to see if it's working with the speaker. Okay. Yeah, then we come to the financial viability, and we see the main advantage of our sensor is that we don't need to prepare the biological samples except for the centrifugation. So we don't need a high-skilled lab technician to perform the measurements. So because the procedure itself is very easy and it's also very fast, we need around 50 minutes. We estimate 50 minutes for one measurement instead for the several hours that were needed otherwise today. Once you've purchased our main readout system, you only need to buy the additional detection units that can be manufactured for your needs. And then we try to estimate the costs of our sensor, with the batches and the wafers in the batch. And the cost of one wafer is around 40 euros, which would be around 1,600 euros per batch. And then we try to estimate the costs of the production, which would be around 1,600. And we need some consumables during that of approximately 200 euros per batch. So we end up with manufacturing cost per batch of around 3,500 euros or 2 to 5 euros per device. But there are some additional costs we weren't able to calculate yet. So, for example, the readout system or the cost for the clean room and the marketing and the patent cost or the certifications. And we, the translation potential, we see that our system is very simple, and we want to start with a small market, partnering with local clinics in Aachen. We are well connected to the Universal Hospital there, and then we want to start a further expansion into the region or national market. Thanks for your attention, and we would like to answer your questions.
Hi, thank you for your pitch. I have a question. You mentioned at some point that you saw that demand was arising from the healthcare service providers. How have you established that this demand is indeed arising?
We had one interview with a doctor from an emergency unit, and he said that the current methods used are either expensive or slow, and that's not what you want when you measure the IO6. So we thought that there could be a potential to establish a new method.
And have you proposed also to him your solution to it?
We weren't at the stage of development to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. I probably missed it, right? But you were talking about waivers of numbers of tests. Is that also that the numbers of tests a customer can do, or just does a customer just buy one test at a time?
He could buy one test at a time, or the test that is produced especially for his needs, because we could adjust the optimus we are testing with to the detection the customer wants to do. But he also, so he's buying the detection units in the end.
And what's the expected lifetime of?
It's a one-time use, and then it's discarded.
But before you've used it, how long can it sit on the shelf?
That we haven't tested yet. That would be part of the clinical trial, how long this test can be stored. But because we use the Optimus, we expect a long storage stability. But that's something we need to test.
Yeah. I also have a small comment. I'm a chemist, so you'd think my colleagues could centrifuge, but they still break centrifuges. So I think saying a nurse can do it is a bit risky.
Yeah, and that's, I wouldn't also expect a nurse to do it, but because usually every measurement you do in the lab, so it would be a lab technician.
Yeah, Jean-François Masson. So actually, I make follow-up question on the centrifuge. I had a question on that as well. So is your cost proposal include a centrifuge, and is there enough space in those facilities to hold the centrifuge?
That we don't know.
And maybe, I'm sorry if I missed it, but you said you would like to file a patent. I'm just not sure on what is the innovation you want to patent, and what's the freedom to operate for this innovation?
Because our sensor is based on an ITO surface, and that isn't used that much for a biosensor, so this would be pretty innovative. And because this ITO is see-through, we could use it also, the chip afterwards, for one possible optical readout afterwards.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. You didn't talk that much about which customer segments to target. And then when we want to introduce innovative products into the market, how fast it is adopted also depends on the extent of behavioral change that is required. In a hospital setting or in a healthcare setting, there are a lot of policies, regulations that determine how to behave. So fitting in a new solution can be quite tricky. I was wondering whether you have investigated that and how your solution, what potential challenges you see in integrating your solution into the current practices, and how to overcome them.
Yeah, that's also something we didn't investigate that much so far, but we want to try several trials in the Universal Hospital and then work with them together to improve our product.
And then given the design of your biosensor, I think there are limitations like the centrifuge we've been talking about to who to target. Do you have an idea there, like who would be the first customers you think are very suited to approach for your product?
Also I would suggest emergency care units. That would be our first target to get into. And afterwards we could spread our market more.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the jury? No?
Yes, I would like to ask something. If you can hear me.
Yep.
Thank you for your pitch. Nice one. I was wondering, you are now in the university setup, so you're able to do some research and development, which can take you from, let's say, TRL 1 to 3 or 4. But if you want to make this product into the market, so what are the challenges that you already foresee? And do you already have some partners, or you thought about something that could make it really happen?
So far, we don't have any partners, and that's also something we would see in the future. So,
yeah. Have you already thought about getting some funding? So I can imagine that this early stage, you may need some extra support from the subsidies or government fundings or university-based fundings to bridge the gap. So have you already thought about something like that?
So far, not yet.
All right. Okay. Anyway, thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, I see no more hands raised on the online. Oh, you do.
Yeah, sure. We have enough time, yes?
Yeah,
Okay, so you mentioned use in emergency departments, also questionable for the centrifugation, but we talked about that already. But could you see how you could integrate your IL-6 point of care test within the emergency department? What benefit would it get the patients there? Or could you talk through what would happen in the emergency department if your point of care test is implemented?
When a patient comes in with some unclear symptoms, because the symptoms of sepsis could be adapted to many diseases, then you quickly can perform a blood test with a quick centrifugation. You add to the measurement unit, and within 15 minutes you have your result, and then it's a lot of improvement in time. That's essential for the sepsis treatment. And after like 50 minutes, you get the results. Okay, this patient has sepsis or is in developing stages of sepsis.
Yeah, so but IL-6 is not a very specific marker, so now we have CRP procalcitonin as well in the, well, most laboratories, not all, of course. And actually IL-6 is also available on a laboratory platform, on the Roche platform for a COVID patient, not in the sepsis strategic protocol, strategy protocol. But so the specificity of IL-6 to see whether it's sepsis or not, yeah, that's a little bit questionable.
Okay.
But here also one advantage of our sensor comes in as we have different sensor units. We can functionalize them with different aptamers, and thus we can better detect whether it's really sepsis or something else.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think now our time is up. So thanks a lot for the pitch and the answers.
Thank you so much. And I guess we move on to the final presentation of this round already, which is SensUs, all the way from America. So please come up to the stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Catherine.
And I'm Leslie.
And we are SensNC. So sepsis is one of the most common conditions treated in hospitals. There are approximately 50 million cases of sepsis worldwide a year, and nearly 1 in 3 hospital deaths are caused by sepsis. As you can see from these US numbers here, the most extreme cases of sepsis can cost up to $70,000 to treat, and this cost decreases the sooner it's detected. You can also see a similar trend with length of stay in the hospital. So we are marketing our biosensor to 3 main customer groups, the first and key one being medical professionals. So there are currently already tests to accurately diagnose sepsis, but they require an incredible amount of time to process, and they're only used if patients present symptoms, and at that point it's often too late. So our sensor is quick to set up and easy to use, which means that it can be incorporated into existing medical protocol, which is a 4-hour check of a patient's vitals, including things such as blood pressure and glucose levels. And by diagnosing patients more quickly, this leads to better treatment outcomes. This leads to the second customer group, which is patients. By being diagnosed more quickly, this reduces costs and it's just better for their treatment, which leads to our third customer group, health insurance companies. By reducing cost of treatment, this reduces their costs, which increases their profits. So these are our 3 main partner groups. The first one being the medical professionals or our users. By using our device, they can give us valuable feedback, which then improves the device functionality. The second group is the health insurance companies or our payers. They can give us feedback and help us to obtain FDA approval for a device as a Class 2 diagnostic device, and in turn, reduction in cost of treatment leads to greater profits for them. And our third group is our suppliers or our supply chain company, and they give us the materials to produce our device, chemical and electrical, and they can give us guidance on device licensing, and in turn, we can guarantee them future business and brand promotion.
All right, so with producing our device, when we were originally creating the prototype, we estimated it'd be around $500, and you can see a breakdown of just the cost to make our device right there on the slide. However, we found that with large-scale manufacturing practices, we can help reduce that cost to around $200. So the analyzer instrument would cost around $200, and then the cartridge itself would cost around $1. And then once we would put this on the market, we would use a value-based pricing model. So we would sell our analyzer around $400 and then our cartridge at $10. So we kind of divided our business between two different revenue streams, one being one-time revenue, and then one would be annual recurring revenue. So with our one-time cost, that would be the hospitals actually purchasing our instruments. So with that, we estimated if we just gathered 10% of the hospitals in the US, that would be around 92,000 hospital beds, which would generate a one-time revenue of $36 million. And then with annual recurring revenue, we estimated that we could get $856 million if we just captured around 10% of the patients that we believe we could target with our device. So as you notice with our breakdown here, we're not only tackling patients that have developed sepsis, but also those that would be susceptible, because with our device, we want it to be something that could be preventative. So we included patients that we believed would be vulnerable to it. So with that being said, in terms of the future translation of our device, we are looking to see what other diseases are associated with IL-6. So as you know, with the pandemic, they actually found within research that IL-6 can be a predictor for the severity of COVID-19, as well as another disease we found was black fever. So those are some other outlets we could explore. And then in addition to that, we're looking into additional collaboration opportunities to actually gain medical licensing for our device. And then just to reiterate, with our device, we're hoping for it to be a preventative thing. So we would have the healthcare professionals check every 4 hours, and with our device, being able to test and detect the concentration within 5 minutes. That's more preferable for healthcare providers to use than relying on like assays. So with that being said, we are SensNC and we're open to any questions, and thank you for your time.
Any questions from the jury?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It was very enthusiastic. Can I ask about the susceptible patients? It's very unique, and in the US, I am not too much in tune with what happens, but if it's insurance-based, how are you convincing the insurance to pay for a disease that's not there?
I would say, like as Catherine described in an earlier slide, once a patient develops sepsis, the cost of that goes up a lot, around, I think you said 70,000?
Yeah, as you can see from the numbers here, like at an earlier stage, it's about $40,000, and when it gets more extreme, it's $70,000. So by detecting it earlier, you can save, on average, roughly $30,000 per patient, which is quite a bit. So.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, so our instrument itself is only $400, and then just to use the cartridge itself is just $10. So $410 versus, I don't know, 70,000, kind of.
I mean, this is more a comment and final point on that, but the prevention in insurance business is very hard, and so you have to think about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I also have some questions from Lisbon. So great job in your pitch and project. You mentioned capturing 10% market share. I have here 2 questions. So how what is your marketing strategy to reach this 10%, and when will you be able to capture that, and what would you foresee to be the limit?
We would rely mainly first relying on our regional area. So we are located in Raleigh, North Carolina, which is with the Research Triangle Park. So we could partner with different startups to learn how they've been using their strategies to like get their medical devices on the market, but also we've been able to interview with some of the hospitals within our state to get a better perspective. So just using our own personal connections and then utilizing other professionals in the area would be how we get our foot in the door in terms of establishing our device.
Yeah, I just know that the RTP area, which we're near, is like the second biggest like hub in the country for medical technology. So it's a good place to start, and it's very local. So it'd be easy to make those connections. But yeah, all I had to add on that.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I have another question. Actually, it goes in a similar direction. Could you move to the slide with the revenue streams that you projected? Exactly this one. So actually, I was a bit surprised by the fact that you are on the left side, you're having the one-time revenue, and you count it by bed. So somehow you multiply your incomes, your revenue by the bed numbers. So from there, I would deduct that you plan to equip every bed with this analyzer. Is that actually necessary?
That's a great question. Originally, when I was calculating these revenues, I had initially just thought, oh, why don't we just supply one instrument per like hospital? But it's in the event that multiple patients have sepsis, you don't want it to be like, oh, I'm testing with this one patient right now, and I need another instrument for a different patient. So we think it'd be more useful if a hospital had multiple instruments, just in the event that more patients come in with sepsis or like suspicion of that.
Yeah, that might be definitely nice. But the question is, the hospital's going to pay for that. But let's assume they do. I still have another question. Now you have out there a lot, like in this scenario, 92,000 of these analyzers. And this is a technical equipment. It's not a heavy invest, but still technical equipment, which might have defects. And if you have 92,000 out there, there will be definitely a lot of them having a technical defect at some point. How do you plan the maintenance of these devices? What is your maintenance and maintenance strategy here?
That's a great question. I would say in terms of the maintenance, we'd probably have, we haven't fully discussed this, but I envision that we could use something like have different technicians that we could train within specific regions of the US, so that way if one hospital has, a device issue, they could reach out to the technician within their area that would cover certain specific hospitals.
Yeah, it just needs to be considered in the budget planning because it might cost a bit. Just, okay.
I just want to follow up as a comment, but the technician will cost more per hour than the device. So can you maybe just comment on the strategy? Might it be cheaper just to replace the device than sending someone there?
I mean, I guess potentially in that case it might be easier, but the technicians could certainly be an option, depending on like the number of devices that are out there, like gotta weigh like the cost of replacing them and then the cost of technicians, so for sure.
I have a question as well. Hi, thank you for a very, very clear pitch. Thank you. So you talked about early prevention, which is a very a good strategy. Well, maybe not for insurances, but I think for patients it is. But have you thought about using IL-6 for monitoring sepsis patient to see whether the treatment strategy could be changed? This could be also something to improve your testing, or I'm sorry, increase your testing, which could increase your revenue, for instance.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great strategy. I guess we could tie that into like the future plans about like checking like for other conditions as well, kind of like tracking treatment. That's not something we've like fully like considered or discussed, but it's a good option.
Thank you. I kind of already incorporated that into our revenue stream. So you'll see here, I included like 4.6 days, which is just the average hospital stay for patients, just incorporating all the patients that we included here. And then with the 4-hour daily check, that'd be like 6 times a day.
Could you use also different tests on it? So not only IL-6, but...
Yes, I think that would be useful, you know, because as I mentioned in the future translation, there's other diseases that have IL-6 as a biomarker. So with our device, we envision that healthcare providers would use this in addition to other diagnostic tests.
I have one more question. Regarding the involvement of the health insurer, so your business case there rests on the assumption that earlier diagnosis will allow for earlier treatment and hence generate those cost savings you were projecting on the first slide. And I guess it's part of how you calculated your revenues. But I just wanted to understand a bit more in detail how exactly an earlier diagnosis would also lead to an earlier treatment. Is that for? I think it's something we've discussed in the feedback sessions as well, because you need an opportunity to also start the treatment earlier, and sometimes they start treatment prior to having a detailed diagnosis.
Yeah, well, I guess at the very least, it's good to know ahead of time, so the preparation can be made for that treatment to start. Because as we know, with sepsis, it's a lot easier to treat earlier on, just in general, not even regarding cost. So, yeah, if I could flick back to the other slides. But yeah, I think, yeah, definitely being able to, yeah, sorry.
Are there different type of patients where this would differ? Sometimes a patient just enters the hospital already being very ill, and then they have to start a treatment, while perhaps in other cases there is more time to intervene. Do you have any insights there?
I mean, do you have any?
So with ours, we wanted it to be preventative. So we envisioned this could be something that, you know, if anyone, I know in our breakdown that we only included patients that we believe could be susceptible, but it could be open to anyone that more so just as a simple diagnostic checkup just at the very beginning. I'm not sure I fully understand your question though.
Yeah, but so I think you have partly answered it. So let's leave it at that. Time is also up. So thanks a lot for your very convincing pitch and also how you addressed the questions.
Okay, thank you all very, very much for the interesting pitches, and thank you all for the interesting discussion points. I guess that rounds up the first round of pitches. So I will be happy to invite you all to the Atlas Hall, where the biosensors are actually presented on a table, so you can have a look at them. And there will also be partners there to have a chat with you. And I'll see you at the second round of pitches back here. So thank you all very much. Blaadje nodig, of niet? Ik heb, ja, dat is meer voor aantekeningen. Ik heb ook een schriftje bij hoor. Maar ik kan wel een noteboekje. Ik kan wel iets regelen in zo'n ding. Ik bedoel, dit blaadje. Ja, dit zijn gewoon mijn, voor elke presentatie, zeg maar. Helemaal goed, helemaal goed. Nee, daarom dacht ik misschien heb je tweede nodig. Okay, great. I got my cue, so I guess we are ready to kick off the next round. So the second round of translation potential pitches. So there's a large crowd I can see. And with that, I want to announce the first team coming up, which is Lucens. Oh, it's over there.
Imagine that right after having a newborn, the doctor comes to you and tells you your newborn is at risk of having sepsis. And sepsis is a medical emergency where every second counts. Your newborn must be taken immediately to the neonatal intensive care unit to start broad-spectrum antibiotic treatment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the case of approximately 1 out of 6 of all neonates in low and middle-income countries. Among those suspected sepsis, only 1 out of 4 turn out to be truly sepsis positive. The others were falsely suspected and unnecessarily treated with antibiotics while waiting for their blood culture results. In Egypt, in Ain Shams Hospital, manual blood culture results are only available after at least a week and up to a month. This unnecessary treatment leads to huge financial costs for the whole healthcare system and contributes to the global increase of antibiotic resistance. At LowSense, we're here to revolutionize neonatal sepsis diagnosis. Our new multiplexed biosensor can measure the concentration of 3 different biomarkers, IL-6, CRP, and NCD64. With our new biosensor, we'll be able to diagnose neonatal sepsis with close to 100% sensitivity and 62% specificity, which means that we will have no false negatives. Our unique solution is accurate, as we will avoid 2/3 of unnecessary antibiotic treatments. It's cost-effective, as we will save thousands of dollars for each neonatal intensive care unit per year, and all of that within only 15 minutes.
And that's not all. We will offer you a unique commercialization strategy based on product as a service. According to our subscription model, we will lease our devices to our customers for a fixed amount of time and provide them with an adapted number of consumables. We will also use an automated tracking and ordering system to make sure that medical professionals cannot get short of necessary disposables. With our smart maintenance system and live support, we will ensure the best client relationship. Our main goal through all these services is to eliminate all the logistical problems that our customer might experience. The basic subscription model will only cost $660 per month, leaving us with a 10% net profit margin. Our roadmap for the next years will start with the proof of concept phase. We will perform exclusive contract licensing with EPFL and in vitro device regulation to finally penetrate Cairo's market. We currently have the support of one of the biggest hospitals in Cairo, Ain Shams University, which will be our first customer. Not only that, but we also got the interest of an Egyptian agency, TechnoWave, to whom we plan to outsource delivery and maintenance. We'll then expand into the rest of Egypt, where we expect to reach 50% of its niche market in the next few years. Finally, we will expand into other African and ICUs to reach $28 million of net profit by the end of 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, we're EPFL team, we're LowSense, and we're here to make sure that your child can get the right care at the right time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team LowSense. I think you kicked off the afternoon in the perfect way, so thanks a lot for doing that. I will now have a look around with my colleagues, and especially the ones that are assessing Lausense, whether they have any questions that they would like to ask, or perhaps there's a question online. Yeah, let's start online.
Okay, so congrats for the great presentation. I have two questions. So the first one is, how did you come up with this target population amongst all the possibilities that there could be? The other one is, what is the price per test? And how the economics of that? Can you explain this a little bit better, please?
Okay, so our subscription model, as we said, it costs $660 per month. So it includes all the services and all the consumables. And that's because we have a low expiry date. Our consumers have an expiry date of 3 to 4 weeks. So hospitals will not have to handle all the logistical problems that come with this. So we offer our product and the consumables. So one test, and we offer actually, we estimate that each neonatal intensive care unit will have 10 suspected sepsis per month. And so that's equivalent to, one test will be equal to $60 approximately.
I would like to add that the consumables cost approximately 7 francs. So this is the consumable for one test.
And how did you get to the neonatal setting?
Well, we've seen that neonatal sepsis is a critical health emergencies, and like we think that we can't really diagnose a sepsis for everyone, and we've decided to come to another problem, which is the unnecessary treatment of sepsis for newborns, and that's how we came up with neonatal sepsis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the jury here?
I do have a question online, if I may.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. A very nice presentation, thank you. Just connected with the previous question I want to ask. So you said $60 per test. Yeah, that's what you said. So I was wondering whether this is in a nice range in a country like Egypt or your focus market in Africa. Do you know what are the spending capacity there for each test, or is it in the range that you would expect them to buy, or is it very high priced?
I didn't really understand the question. You mean other countries?
If I understood well the question, we've compared the actual procedure, the actual cost of a treatment for all treatment for newborns to our target procedure, and we think that we could save a lot of money for the NICU. I don't know if it answers your question.
Yeah, okay, sort of. And also, what TRL level are you at the moment? Are you still in the research and development phase, or are you a little bit more higher in the TRL? The technology readiness level which can go to the market?
We're still in the development phase. We have a prototype that can detect only IL-6 for the moment, but we will work on adding the other biomarkers, which are NCD64 and CRP.
Also in plasma?
Also in plasma.
Yeah, okay. Do you have thought about any product development partners or any other partners which could help you take this to the markets?
We actually have the support of the Bio-Nanophotonics lab in EPFL. And
that's an academic lab, right? That's not a commercial partner.
Commercial partner, we have the support of medical professionals in Ain Shams Hospital in Cairo, to whom we discussed a lot, and they're very interested in our project. And we think maybe we'll do the clinical trials there. And yeah, we also have the support of TechnoWave, which is an agency in Egypt, to whom we'll outsource delivery and maintenance. They also show their support to our project.
Your position sounds really good. So you may need some external commercial partners to speed up your product development, your clinical validation, your certification, and everything. So keep this in mind for future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I would also have a question here for you, here from the audience. Okay, so thanks for this clear presentation. It was very interesting to follow. I would like to go back to the slide where you showed the forecast of your revenue. And could you elaborate a little bit more on how these revenue streams are maybe subdivided into, let's say, the analyzer that you provide and the consumables? Is it somehow subdivided? So what is your strategy here?
Well, it's number of subscriptions, actually. So
That's just the number of subscriptions. Okay.
Exactly.
What is a subscription for you? That is having the analyzer, or?
It's the analyzer and the consumables and all the services around it. We have not developed it yet, but we will add to our device a monitoring of the consumables. So we will count the number of consumables used, and whenever we see that we'll provide them with 10 consumables. That's the estimate. And whenever we see that they used 9 consumables, we will deliver them additional consumables so that they never run out of consumables. That's the...
Okay. And how many, let's say, just to keep in mind the time that you need to measure, so you have one analyzer that can measure, I think you can measure several in parallel, right? Several assays, or you can just run one?
We can run one test at a time, but the test measure 3 concentration for the 3 biomarkers we detect.
Okay, and how many can you run per day, and how many would you need to run per day per hospital?
We've calculated that we need only to test 10 babies per month, which is enough for the NICU to save money, but only 10. So the probability that there is 2 at the same time is kind of low, and the test takes approximately 1 hour, so it should be okay. Yes, it shouldn't be any overlap between the 2 tests. Yeah.
Okay, and a last question, and I give to my colleagues. I saw in your sensor you have a dedicated pumping system, which was also the most pricey part of your product, of the analyzer. Anyways, how you can reduce costs in the future? Any ideas?
For the first years, we'll have a partnership to get the pump for a low price, and then after we have to do some R&D to think about that. Yes. I don't know if
what is a low price for you?
But this is not the pump that we will use in our device. This was a pump that we used for our research, but it's very expensive, and it's not the one that we will use in our device. We'll try to optimize this, cost and functionality, performance. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for this nice pitch. Yeah, so I liked it. In terms of patent protection, is there a chance to do that, or have you done something about it, or is there a strategy?
Well, the technology is developed in EPFL, so we plan to have an exclusive contract licensing with EPFL. They will benefit of 3% of our revenues for a certain amount of time, but that's not yet done.
Very good. We have to close. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Team Lausense, for your presentation and addressing the questions. We have to cut you off here, but thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you to you too.
Yes, thanks. So I see Tess is already getting up here, so you're next indeed. Good luck.
Is this my heartbeat?
I don't know.
Honey, I think it's this one.
Is this the right volume?
Yes.
All right. Hi, I'm Dennis, and on behalf of TEST, I will present the translation potential of our biosensor for early detection of sepsis. Sepsis is a worldwide disease that affects over 50 million people. Sepsis can develop into a septic shock within a matter of hours. Last year in the Netherlands, 35,000 people were affected, and 10,000 of whom had to be admitted to the ICU. They had to stay there for an average of over 15 days. This led to total cost in the Dutch healthcare system of well over 200 million euros. Early detection and treatment could reduce these costs. Early detection is possible at the GP, at the general practitioner. The GP has to decide whether a patient needs to be admitted to the hospital or can be treated at home when they have an infection. But this is difficult because patients often have non-specific symptoms. We have designed our biosensor to support the GP with making this decision. Our biosensor will give a result during a consultation or a house visit, and this will be done within minutes, informing the GP about what treatment plan to follow. We expect that full implementation of our sensor can reduce the cost in the Dutch healthcare system by over 50 million euros. This is because the treatment starts earlier, which leads to less time spent on the ICU, as well as the reduced cost of post-septic care. Currently, there are two alternatives for biosensing sepsis at the GP. There's testing at an external lab, which is time-consuming because samples have to be transported there. And secondly, there is a point-of-care test for CRP that is widely used. CRP, however, is not specific for sepsis. IL-6 that we currently measure is also not specific enough. So experts have indicated to us that measuring multiple markers adds additional clinical value and should therefore be done. So we have designed our sensor based with the goal to expand into measuring multiple markers. This can be done using colored markers for each label, colored labels for each marker. As can be seen, IL-6, CRP, and PCT can all be used to measure sepsis within one sample. This additional information will make diagnosis at the GP way better. We will take the following steps to bring our sensor to the market. In the next 2 years, we will continue developing our multiplex assay. This will be partially outsourced to specialized companies, like, for example, Future Diagnostics. And then we will also start application for our medical certification, as all this regulation needs to be started in time. And then we expect that we can start using our biosensor in practice in 2025. This will start with a pilot study in the Netherlands, where we will validate the impact of our product, as well as gather additional feedback from GPs. We will upscale our production because we need the entire European market to be profitable. And we expect to hit this market in 2027. Our use of our biosensor will be promoted through health insurers, as well as the European Ministry of Health. We have based our sales on the number of CRP tests that are currently done at GPs. And we will expect to sell 1,000 sensors and 100,000 cartridges in that year, leading to a profit in 2027. In short, our multiplex biosensor has the potential to improve early detection, reduce the impact of sepsis, and save corresponding costs.
Thanks, Team Tess, for a well-timed and a good pitch. Again, I look at my fellow jury members to see if there are any questions.
Yes, I want to hire you. If you tell me how you get on the market in 2 years.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a misconception. We will start using our biosensor in 2 years because we will start clinical trials. We will prepare the medical certification application in 2024. But to actually complete this medical certification, you need to have trial studies that prove that your product works and has additional value. So we will start doing this in 2025 in the Netherlands. So it's not yet a commercial product then.
And when is it then? 2027?
We expect to do so.
Okay. And just a question, are you measuring plasma, blood? What will the GP be having to put on the sample?
The GP is specialized, so the GP will extract a blood sample. We have looked at papers where you can extract the blood plasma from the blood for point-of-care testing devices. This will add a bit of time, but this is proven, and then it will use blood plasma.
Thanks.
Thank you. Very, very clear pitch. I'm a clinical chemist, and I was wondering, we're always forgotten in clinical trials, but we're the ones that are responsible for point-of-care testing. And so do you think that the GPs are the, well, it's a rhetorical question actually, are the only targets to get enough patient inclusion, or do you have another idea about how to perform your clinical trials?
If I understand correctly, is it about why you specifically focus on GPs, or is it?
Not for your product, but do you think there are not enough sepsis patients with your GP population?
Oh, yeah, that is actually quite a problem. Because you want extensive testing, we should also include just generic testing from maybe samples from the hospital where you know a patient has sepsis, because they might be hard to come by at the GP. So that would also have to be done, indeed. And then you need to also do it at the GP to validate the impact. But indeed, we need more positive and negative samples than just can be gathered at a GP. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for your clear presentation of your concept. I would like to know a little bit about the user experience of your device. And if you're looking at the device and you plan to have 1,000 out in the market at some point, how intensive will be the training? Is there a training needed, or is it so simple that you don't need any training at all because you can just ship it there? So how do you envision that? How is the product going to the client, and how do you make sure he can use it properly?
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why we chose this customer base, because they are trained medical professionals. The GP, as well as their assistants, are trained to use medical devices. As we said already, point-of-care tests for CRP are used. So those are quite similar. So in addition to that, it wouldn't need that much additional training. But we are ready and welcome to just go there, give a presentation about, or just give a training about how to use our sample, and then just get a closer bond with the customer. But for just a general person, training would be needed, but for this target group, it doesn't.
And did you make already some study on that? Did you try interview someone or give it to someone and get some feedback on the user experience?
We didn't have any feedback on the user experience yet. We have spoken with GPs, and they told us that it was important for the sensor to also be able to be used during house visits, because elderly often can come to the GP when ill. So that's why we had to be. Yeah, the sensor had to be portable. So in that case, we did have some validation, but we still need to do it in practice.
Thank you very much.
I see you have a very ambitious plan here to pilot in 2025 and go for European market 2027. I have two questions. Why do you launch in the Netherlands and not in a big economy like German? And the second question is, if you launch in the Netherlands, how are you planning to make that step to an international market? And what kind of problems do you actually foresee doing that?
Luckily, there won't be any patent or medical device regulation problems, as they are covered in the entirety of the European Union through one regulation. So we just apply there. And then going towards the further markets, we have seen that there are several plans for a European Alliance Against Sepsis, so we will get more channels there. But yeah, that's the reason that we start in the Netherlands is just because we are based here and our contacts are here, as well as the people we spoke to and validated our problem with. So that's why we start here. But it is indeed ambitious to just go into Europe, so we should mainly focus a few countries first. For example, Germany is a good one to start.
Yeah, because rather than MDR, it is the reimbursement that is going to be your major problem. And that is different in 27 European countries.
Yeah, the reimbursement is different, and this is a good point actually. Our product would just be one use, and the GP would get it reimbursed by the health insurers if we get it recommended by medical professionals. So this would probably have to be done several times in different countries. Yeah, that's quite a big hurdle indeed.
we have time for one more question. I don't think I saw it in your presentation. I was curious about the price setting. How much would a test cost?
We got it in an additional slide. Yeah, our sensor currently to produce it is about 1,000 euros, and we expect that this could be brought down at least to 500 euros through using original manufacturers and like cheapening some of the products, and we would sell it for a higher price. And the cartridges now are €1.50, but these costs would be higher when expanding to a multiplex measurement. So we think that would go up to €5, and then the price point for selling it, it would be 15 euros.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions? No, I think then we close it over here again here. Thank you, Team Test.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the next team, I'm searching for a detector, so please come forward.
Is this sound proper? Ready? Yeah. Hi, I am Yasho, and we are Team Detectors, and we are diagnosing early sepsis. Do you know that every 1 in 5 deaths around the world is affected because of sepsis? And as the time passes, it gets worse. And every other person who gets a septic shock dies. Out of 50 million cases worldwide, 11 million of them dies. And to put that number into perspective, that twice the number of people lives in Denmark. It's huge. But what's the problem? Yeah, when a person with a basic symptoms like temperature high, infection, medical decline, mental decline, or or ill conditions comes to the doctor, or a patient inside the hospitals get an infection and then reaches the doctor orders the caskets of medical tests, which includes medical imaging tests other than BNP measurements to check for heart, D-dimer test, and more. And then they also go for the blood biomarkers to see if it is sepsis. And if he still doubts, then they go for blood culture. And it takes a lot of time. So we have to come up with a solution that could meet the need to reduce the time to detect sepsis early. And to design our solution, we talk with medical professionals, clinicians, doctors, sepsis survivors, and septic shock survivors. And we recognize it is very important that our device should be so easy to implement in the current ICU and ER setting that the hospital do not have to go through the regulations. So it could be available to the masses. So our solution, take the blood sample, make it into plasma, put it into device, and tada, you have the result in 30 minutes from sampling till putting into the device. And we can do it in less than 10 minutes. Okay, so this is our current patient journey. When both the scenarios reaches doctor, the doctor orders the Detectors biosensor kit alongside the cascade of medical tests. And then he knows how the biomarkers change, and he can customize the treatment as per the patient needs, which will save the patient 1 day of the time and doctor to customize the treatment so it could be better implemented. We would like to follow the B2B business model with a razor and blades. And let me explain it to you via hospital case study. This is a hospital with 15,000 emergency visits yearly, and out of 10,000 of them is because of sepsis. So we are saving 1 day of the hospitalization. That is in euros, 1,200 euros per day. And we are going to sell them 10,000 chips for 10,000 patients. That will save hospital 12 million per year, euros, and it's a lot. And the revenue generated by detectors by just one hospital is 2 million euros per year. And this is our roadmap. Our one device can have 15,000 results. 15,000 results are the chips which will detect 4 to 5 biomarkers with the multiplexing property of graphene. And in 2023, we will do a shorter clinical trial study up to 150 to 200 patients to patent our technology. In 2024, we will do a bigger clinical studies with regulatory approvals to make our minimum viable product. In 25, we will go for a even bigger clinical trial studies for rendering of our device alongside the CE marking. 26, we'll go for a full scale up, and 27, it's where the first scale happen. And In 27, with just selling 10 devices, we will capture 11 million of our revenue, and that gaining the market access to 5 of the European countries. Later on, in 28, we will plan to sell more 25 devices, generating 17 million of our revenue and entering the UK market as well. 29, we will sell more 60 devices. That is even the break even of our company happens with 34 million revenue, and we will look for infection, source, and bacteria type, and to move ahead with it. And thanks to our partners for helping in this.
Thank you, Team Detectors. Time for questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I have two questions. First of all, do you have any patents on the technology, or what's your freedom to operate using technology?
Yeah, firstly, it's a very good question. Before coming to the competition, we talked with our stakeholder and the people we talked about with the patent authority, and they directed us to the tech transfer office. So we has in process for the patenting of our device and moving ahead.
Okay. And my second question, so you've shown the financial starting in 2027. So how much is it's going to cost you those 4 years before we see 2027 to see what's the financial viability and how you can reach, how you leverage that money?
Yeah, that's really nice. First of all, we are going to raise 3 million of euros in the soft funding because of the good foundations in Denmark. Thank you. And after that, 13 millions of them would be in the pre-seed, seed, and the seed funding stage to complete our clinical trial studies. And this we validated with studying few of the sepsis startups of how much they are raising and how much we will need to conduct our studies alongside. And in addition to that, we also partner with Sepsis Trust, 3 of them, UK Sepsis Trust with Ron Daniels, Sepsibel, and French, who are accepted to implement our solution and interested in our technology.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe I can go next. So great presentation. Also, looking at the financials, how do you plan to have these first 10 devices sold? In the first years of sales, you have already 11 million revenue, which could be really great. But I would imagine that this is not a very easy task to do. So what is the strategy that you're thinking about to be able to sell those 11 million?
Our model is razor and blade business model. So first of all, we'll sell it to the first hospital we'll target is the APHP from France, and in Denmark, the Riks Hospital, which are really interested in our projects. And one device can measure 10,000 tests, and one chips cost 225 euros approximately. So it's already a huge revenue which we have. And our device is costing 16,000 euros, which will include all the cost for the hospital to do the economic viability studies to implement that device. So it's a good profitable, and it just takes us less than 2,000 euros to make the device and less than 30 euros to make a chip.
Yeah. But in order to sell that amount, you would have already a first potential customer interested, which is great. But probably you need to have some time to build a case study to show others.
Yes.
Right? How long will it take?
It will, in the clinical trials, we are trying to conduct the clinical trials with our first partners who are ready to accept the devices. So it should not be that difficult in which we feel. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I just have a really quick question. Yes. And what is your plan to scale up, and who are the partners to help you scale up?
In scaling up, we are thinking we will plan to have a partnership with Graphenia and Kayaku, because they also sponsored our project if they are planning to be in our team, or else we are also planning have an alternate plan to set up our own industry in Germany or in Poland, whichever as per the government regulations.
And what do Graphenia and Kayaku specifically do? What type of companies are
Graphenia
those?
specifically manufacture the graphene chips, and Kayaku is they are in the semiconductors business, which also supported us to make our own chips. So this is our own chip, and this is the Graphenia chip. So we are also plan to replace one of our partners in case if you go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
I would still have a question. Could you go back to the forecast that you've shown? There was, maybe you mentioned it, but just maybe I didn't grasp it. So from 27 to 28, we see an increase of 15 devices?
No.
Or
sorry.
what is it?
In 27, we'll sell 10 devices, and
Yeah.
in 28, we'll sell 25 devices.
Okay.
So
Then in total you have already 35 by then.
Yes.
And I don't understand how the revenue is being, how does that goes together. So I would, because it's not linear. So here it's, so the revenue to 2027, you have 10 devices out and you make a revenue of 11 million if everything works well.
Yes.
And then only 17, even though you have 35 out by 2028.
Yeah.
So can you elaborate on this? Maybe I just missed it.
Yeah, no, I did not explain that. In first 10 devices, we are targeting the bigger hospitals who has a bigger sepsis facility to have more patients. So they will use our chips on the full scale. And in 27, we will sell it to the hospital. So there might be few cases in which hospital uses less chips than we estimate. A real life scenario. So we have to take that into consideration. Some might use more, some might use less. Instead of projecting a huge number of that will generate X amount of data and which we do not make. So we do not want to make false promises to anybody.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. Now I get it, yeah.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I had a question also about sort of your razor and blade model, because yeah, you depend, like you said, heavily on the sales of the consumables. But you say that one device can do about 15,000 tests per year. And do you also expect that really that capacity to be used? Because that is almost 50 tests per day the entire year continuously, I guess. So like, does the machine have that capacity? Like, and yeah, do you see the hospitals actually using that capacity?
That's a good thing. Very, very good question. If our turnaround time of per test is 30 minutes, in a day it will be 48 tests. In a year it will be more than 17,000 tests. So as we go for the clinical trial, we have a year to render our device. So we hope we will achieve that. In case if we feel like our device cannot do that, so we have a huge margin on device. Instead of one device, we will supply them 2 or 3, so they can do multiple tests in the same cost. So our devices are cheap and have a huge turnaround. So.
Okay, yeah, so the capacity maybe is possible, but then have you validated that hospitals actually will want to do this amount of tests?
Yes. In the French sepsis organization, they're one of the Professor Gilani, who's run the APHP hospital in Paris. So we asked them, and he would be like, right now it takes him in his fully functional hospital 3 hours for all the biomarker test. So he said it would be interested to, if we can reduce the time, so they would be interested in implementing it. And if the implementation is we can help in implementation, so which we already included in our cost.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually my question follows up from your question, so I'll maybe reframe. How many measurements do you expect a hospital will be running?
If they run per day.
No, how many people come in with sepsis that they will test?
Yeah, with the market projection, which we did, it was approximately the whole Europe has around 8 million sepsis cases who with detected are 3.4, but extrapolating to the people who might not detect are approximately 8 million. But it depends upon the people who has time symptoms, because it's very vague. If a doctor feels it's sepsis, then he has to test it. So we are highly in doubt, like how many people will come in to get tested. We asked to try to find out the data, but hospitals are like, we do not have a catch of a lot of data on this. So
What you could maybe use in the future, right, is look at how many tests are currently done for sepsis, and that might give you an indication of how much you would actually be using your analyzer for.
Yeah, hi, Vivek Pachori here. Yeah, so you mentioned that you could do 15,000 also tests per device. I'm not sure if I understand that correctly. Could you please elaborate? So this is one chip? Is it a cartridge or is it a...
yeah, this is the chip.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you want to do 15,000 tests on this
Not
device?
a single chip, in one device. So it's like a card game. You can insert the chip, put the sample.
Okay, so you have a readout instrument and then you are putting this chip in the readout instrument.
And you take and down and yeah, this is the instrument, kind of, which could be made better.
Okay.
So it's just prototype. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here will be the chip thing. You put the chip.
Okay.
You put the samples and then you
All
take
right,
the chip and you do it away.
Now,
And
I get it clearly. So what do you think at which TRL you are right now?
We are just in the initial phase. We are scouting for biomarkers, which potential other biomarkers to be included as per the hospitals and inclument, and then we are soon be in the patent development stage.
Okay, and you are aiming a market access in 2027.
Yes.
Now, if I want to take a test with your device in 2027, why should I buy it? Is it cheaper, more sensitive?
It depends on the country, sir. If you are in India, I think you won't be able to access my device. We are not targeting. In India, we have to pay for medical care.
Yeah, but we are talking about the European Union and UK market, right?
Yeah, and the hospitals pay for it. So we are saving a tons of money for state insurances and the hospitals, which they funds allot them.
Okay.
The patient will be released 1 day earlier, so they are saving 1,200 euros per day, and our device will only costing 225 euro per chip. So still they are saving 800 of euros per day.
And yeah, so for the sensor fabrication, yeah, so you explained that you are relying on graphene technology. So how's the situation with the IP protection? So how would you get the freedom of operation?
We only had the chip of graphene, but the thing which detect our technology is not at all related to materials. It's all about biotech, of how our aptamers are blocking the IL-6 biomarker at the moment. So graphene is one part of the technology, and the other side is biotech. So we are on one front which is open, and another front, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Final question. Okay. Thank you for a nice pitch. You said 225 per chip, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Yes. I think hospitals, well, at least in the Netherlands, are not going to pay that, even though, you know, you have 1 day less in the department or whatever. But actually, IL-6 is already available on a platform in the laboratory, and it doesn't cost 225.
Yeah.
So I think you have to do something about the pricing. And you say that CRP, PCT, it takes 2 to 3 hours to get a result. Well, you can have a CRP point of care test as well. So that's not really accurate. So what is the benefit of the IL-6?
IL-6 is the biomarker which shoots up whenever there is an organ failure. CRP, yes, it can be detected early, but when the hospitals order the test, that was the data we get, it took 2 to 3 hours. In the 225 euros of our pricing, it also includes the middleman, because sometimes the hospital, most of the selling in medtech sector is done via middleman, and they have a huge percentage of 30 to 40%. So if the hospital, because the recovery is very tricky, because the patient is being used the device, hospital is giving it to the patient, buying by the administrator, which are not nurses, and those are buyers could be either middleman or the companies, or by the tender process. So we have to calculate if a middleman is taking 30% of the revenue. So we should have enough profitable so we could reinvest in our tech, so the life cycle of the medtech devices and our company should survive. And we are not just giving one test, we are having multiple biomarkers in it alongside whatever the hospital requirement could be, because graphene has a multiplexing capacity to include. So that was our thing. And prices could be adjusted, and it is not the fixed price. It depends upon the paying capacity of the country. If Scandinavia pays more, we'll sell higher there. And yeah.
Okay. That's it for Team Detectors. Thank you.
Yes, so a lot of people are switching now, because now upcoming is the biggest team competing this year. It's Team Detectors from Germany. 2 consents. Oh, sorry. There you go. This one is make close attention, because when coming too close, it starts beeping.
Yeah. So here's okay, I guess. And this one is just further, right? Yeah. Are we okay? So welcome to our translation potential pitch. This is our team 2 consents, consisting of 15 students from Technical University Darmstadt. Every year, almost 49 million people worldwide suffer from sepsis, and 20% of all deaths are related to sepsis, according to a WHO study. If we relate this to our team, 3 members would not have lived to be here today with us. So Our motivation is to prevent severe sepsis progression. But what exactly is sepsis? Sepsis is defined as a life-threatening organ dysfunction due to dysregulated host response to infection. As we spoke to a lot of medical professionals, we found out that it's currently hard to diagnose as the symptoms are super unspecific. To treat sepsis, usually a broadband antibiotic therapy is applied. A highly dynamic and clinically relevant information marker is IL-6.
And that is where our sensor comes in. So our sensor enables the hospital staff to measure interleukin-6 quickly and easily right by the patient's bedside, in turn paving the way for reduced need for broadband antibiotics and more focused and effective treatment of the respective pathogens. Our sensor will also be able to reduce the time for a measurement from up to 24 hours for out-of-house laboratories to just 5 minutes right in the hospital, which is crucial when we're talking about a disease like sepsis with a mortality rate increase of 8% per hour without treatment. So our sensor will also be able to drop the price of about 85 euros right now in Germany for all the usual tests you would do for a diagnosis of sepsis, down to just 5 euros. Although the most impactful factor for clinics and patients alike will be shorter hospital stays and fewer treatments required. That means fewer dialysis patients, fewer patients with respiratory damage, fewer surgeries, and the list goes on and on and on. So combine that with the reusability and recyclability of our electrodes and the possibilities of modern automated data processing, we see truly great potential for our sensor.
Thank you. So the market for sepsis detection is huge, as we consider our total available market to be all sizable clinics and hospitals around the world, which means more than 100 billion euros. For the serviceable available market, we looked at all the hospitals of the OECD countries as customers and estimated 3% of those as our serviceable available market. So our market estimation for the first years is 2.1 million euros. In the upcoming years, we will focus on further development to test on whole blood as testing matrix. And in the third year, we work on the certificates for medical devices and start a pilot study with 5 partner clinics in our region to get early feedback from medical professionals. In the fourth year, we plan to scale up our production of the electrodes and invest in further production plans to ensure a successful breakthrough entry. So we are looking forward to get in contact with you because only together we can sense the future.
Okay, thank you, Team To Consens. Any questions? I see there is also one from the online that I keep on forgetting, so let's check first there. No? Perhaps the hand is still raised from a previous session.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Can you go back to the last slide with the financials? They have something, I'm not sure if I understood. So the per year market is 2.1 million euros?
The 2.1 million euros are the market we estimated to be able to harness for us in the first few years, say 1 or 2 maybe, with these 3% of our serviceable available market as a rough estimation for how many of these potential customers we can actually reach in the first few years.
So what is your break-even point for a company? So because what will be your cost per year? How many tests can you service with 2.1 million euros? So trying to better understand if the financial holds up.
So putting a number on how many tests we can service with that amount of money right now is still kind of hard because we are not quite positive on how many times we can reuse a single cartridge and electrode. So that will still remain to be seen. And sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Well, I'm just trying to see how much can you do with 2.1 million euros revenue per year? Because you've essentially tackled the question the other way around that I'm used to. Usually you're trying to see, okay, we're going to be able to sell that many units, we'll be able to service that many person, and then it's going to bring in X amount of money, and it's going to cost us Y. And so is there a profit at the end of the year? So how much is it going to cost you to be able to reach that market, essentially?
So as for production cost of our device and the cartridges, we are looking at, my team can correct me if I'm wrong on that, if I get the numbers jumbled up. We're looking at a production cost of around €5 for a single cartridge, and around, I think it was €30 for a reader device, so pretty low cost production overall. And I'm not quite sure where our break-even point was in the team results document. You can check that up. Oh, sorry. I think we were looking at break-even somewhere between year 5 and 6.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I also had a question about the market estimation here, because especially the step from worldwide to OECD to me, could you elaborate a little bit? Because you go from $100 billion euro markets to 70 million. It seems to me that OECD is a little bit more than 0.07% of the worldwide market. So it seems you made some extra cuts there. So yeah.
Yeah, because first we looked at the whole market, which we can reach in long term maybe, or not even, so you never get the whole market. And then we look what is possible in the first years. Maybe it's because I'm standing too close here. So we focused on what we can reach in the first years and when we enter the market. So it's with the certificates, we would go for the American ones and the CE in Europe, and then look for the partner clinics close to Darmstadt in this area, do further development, go to the German market and Switzerland, Austria, and then Europe and the US. So that was the estimation here. Is it clearer now?
Yeah, I mean, I was also wondering a little bit about the 100 billion. Like, what is that number? Is that just total revenue of all hospitals in the world, or is that the money spent on biosensor technology, or what is that number?
Yeah, it's, as you probably figured, a pretty rough estimation. We weren't able to find a number on how many hospitals there are worldwide, because many of them probably aren't even officially regulated. So that's really an estimation of if we can sell our sensor, or maybe 2 or 3 of them, to every hospital on the planet, how much revenue would that be? So that's obviously not a realistic figure we could ever achieve, which is why we then took that big step down, which is not only worldwide to OECD countries, but also this little dream market to a more realistic step of the OECD countries as our primary targets.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're talking about mass production in year 4. If I were you, I would start earlier, especially with development of that, because that's redesigning everything. How many pieces of equipment do you actually can make with your current capacity? What is your current max in your production?
Well, our current production is still a prototype workshop, if you like. So, and another step toward another facet to that question is that we do not plan to produce the reader instrument and the required chemicals ourselves. In fact, we would outsource that to our key partners, namely Merck and Sigma Aldrich, which are large companies in the chemical and pharmaceutical sector already. They can supply those generic chemicals. The reader instrument is a more or less regular electronic device that we see no real need to produce ourselves in the first few years. So we would focus on our own mass production, really only of our electrodes, which are screen printed, which is a viable mass production. What's it called? I don't know. Which is viable for mass production, as experience has shown. And so these electrodes would really be what we have to scale up. And honestly, I'm not an expert on production of medical devices yet. So it will remain to be seen how ramping up mass production of those screen-printed electrodes will go.
Thank you. Just a question. I'm very interested in the reusability and recycling, in particular in the concept of the users. So are the users going to do the recycling, or is that going to go to you for recycling? And how does that work in terms of the cost and process?
So it's both. First, the electrode is in a cartridge, and we are working on a washing procedure, so you can reuse it several times. Not sure how many, between 5 and 100 is possible. And afterwards, you can send them back to us, to the company, to Consens. We would recycle the cartridge, which is PLA, I guess. And then the electrode, there is like silver on it, the silver ink from printing them, and the gold. And we can reuse those resources again. So it's both for the consumer and the company.
So yeah, we were thinking about a kind of deposit system for the electrodes, such that, as you said, they could be returned to us for recycling. The cartridge itself will be a regular injection molded part. It's no witchcraft there, and the important parts are really the rare materials, the gold and the silver that we want to reuse, of course.
Okay, just a quick response to the last point and then my question. Reusing is most of the time not a question of if you can do it, but if you are allowed to do it. So in the medical device regulation, this is really harsh. But my question, as always, how about the patent protection? And if I see the rollout in the financial plan, where's the point to talk to investors?
So concerning investors, we have planned to file for 2 different governmental grants during the research and development and the initial founding phase, until we can start to generate our own revenue with the supports of some, what's it called, credits, I think. Bank loans, that's the one I was looking for.
And the patent?
Pardon?
The patent?
Yeah, the patent. So we have looked into that. We are not quite positive on that yet. There are roughly or remotely similar devices and technologies out there, but we are confident that we will be able to patent a certain part of the whole system. We're not quite sure which one and to which extent, but some part of it will be possible.
This is important before talking to investors.
Okay, that's it for you guys. Thank you, team To Kansas.
Thank you.
Oh, you were faster than me. Okay, great. Team Pulse from Belgium.
Klik ik gewoon hier op om door te doen. Deze? Dank je. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Team Pulse, and today we would like to present you our solution for detecting sepsis. So, with 40 million cases each year, leading to 11 million deaths every year, we want to have a fast diagnosis to start a correct treatment earlier and save lives. Nowadays, the golden standard is to look at external symptoms and do a blood analysis. However, we think that using a biosensor could make the new golden standard to have an easy and user-friendly detection. I would like to present to you our product, the ILSense. The ILSense is a user-friendly device that you can place anywhere, and it comes with chips. The chip can be placed on the device, as you can see on top, and then a drop of blood of the patient is collected and put on the chip. The chip has an automatic pump, and once you activate it with a single press of your finger, the device will do the rest. Our readout, our biological transduction mechanism is a sandwich assay. In fact, I have one of those chips in my pocket, and I think this is our unique value proposition. It is small, very user-friendly, both the chips and the box. Okay. Then, if you look at our stakeholders, of course, one of our stakeholders are the patients, because they will benefit from an earlier treatment, resulting in shorter hospital stays and also less long-term effects from themselves. Then we have the medical staff that we would like to use as key opinion leaders, as they will have to implement our chips in their routine to detect sepsis. The hospitals will be the ones buying our device and using it. And then finally, the insurance providers will play an important role in paying back the chips. So for our developed strategy, we have 4 phases. First, there is an incubation phase. Then the launch phase, the expansion phase, and finally, how we would see the future of our company. We think of a 2.5-year incubation phase where we will further develop the product. This is we are at KU Leuven, so they are providing us with all their expertise, and also we will do the research there. Then, after 2.5 years incubation phase for the launch phase, we will move to the bioincubator in Diepenbeek. For the expansion phase, we will start first with the neighboring countries, the Netherlands and Luxembourg, before we want to expand to Europe. We would also like to expand in the future our product portfolio to keep our company competitive. Behind this, we have a financial plan. We would start with 3 million of seed funding, and a second round of funding would happen at the launch of our product in 2025. Our cartridges cost €12 a piece, and our device will be sold for €1,500 each. Over the years, we will spend more. We will invest more in also sales and marketing and hire more people so that we can actually expand. We plan to be break-even in 4.5 years. And for the future, we would like to not only help in the diagnosis of IL-6, but also for other diseases to make this world a healthier place than we found it. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Team Pulse. Good to also see the rest of the team to help with the questions. Let's see if we have any.
Thank you for a nice presentation. And just a very simple question. You talk about using it for other biomarkers. Do you have an idea on which biomarkers you would like to focus on next?
So, there would be 2 options, or we go to multiplexing with 2 fibers inside one chip, and then we would also look for example, the CRP and combine it with the IL-6 to have a better solution for detecting sepsis. Or in the future, we could go for other diseases, but I think that would be dependent on the market then, where it could be interesting to look for what disease could be.
And for instance, procalcitonin, which is used nowadays already as a sepsis biomarker? Or have you heard of it?
No, I think the ones you found were CRP, IL-1, TNF-A alpha, but we could look into that to also use.
Yes, thank you very much for your clear presentation. I actually have 2 questions, one technical and one more economical. So start with the technical. I liked the way you presented your chip. You pull it out of the pocket, but it's still quite big. What are your thoughts of minimizing this? Because when you presented the concept, I thought it would be even cooler if you have it already in the size, let's say, of a let's say business card. Is that possible? Can you stream it down a bit more?
Yeah, for sure. So this is the one we produced ourselves by hand. We already started by optimizing it a bit by turning the turns, but we can definitely move the layer under it, make it more compact, which would also use less material and less waste.
And then the second question goes in economics. Can you show your forecast for the next 5-6 years?
Yes.
And I was wondering about the cash flow. Can you elaborate a little bit on why this is going down? And then in year 4, what happens in year 4? Maybe you can explain a little bit more, but
Yes.
maybe I missed that.
So we have 2 rounds of funding. First, a 3 million seed funding in the first year, and then a 1 million funding or 1.1 million funding again in the fourth year, and that's why the cash flow is going up again.
Okay, okay. And the marketing activities, where are they placed here? So where's the marketing expenses?
It's the blue starting from when we are expanding.
Okay, but they go together with the expansion, right?
Yes.
It should be a bit earlier, I guess. I mean, otherwise you will not sell anything.
Yes, the idea was that in the beginning we really target the Belgian hospital, and it would more be like the person funding the company who would go around and talk to doctors and not have external money used for that. But then once it's too large and too complicated to only have one person on it, then we would spend money, external money on it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one last question.
Yes.
Who would be your first client? And how close are you already? Like, how do you approach him?
So our first clients would be UZ Leuven, the hospital, and they would also, I forgot them, but they would also give us feedback on the product before actually launching it. So we would offer it to them for free, and then they can give us feedback, and then from there on we hope to receive positive feedback, and then we can actually sell it to other hospitals.
Thank you very much.
So the UZ Leuven is a big university hospital in Leuven, and an important point in Belgium. Just so you know.
A follow-up question before I transfer the mic to one of my colleagues. So I was also curious, while we were talking about this graph, like what are the quantities behind it? Like how many hospitals are we talking about? How many tests per hospital?
So the first, actually it's not UZ Leuven, we would start with that and then go to ULB Erasmus, so 2 for free. And then we would, the first year, sell to 2 more hospitals in Belgium. And then I think from there on, it was 5, 25, 50, and 100 by the end of our plan. Yes, that's the amount of devices. So that was calculated, okay. We took the amount of, because for example in the Netherlands, that's why I think it's suddenly increasing the amount of hospitals. There are more hospitals, but less beds per person. So it's more smaller hospitals, while in Belgium it's bigger. So that's why the amount of devices is increasing. Yes, and
And where, so your main target customer is hospitals then, I hear you say?
Indeed.
A specific department there, or how do you reach that group?
So I think our main target was inpatient, people that are already in the hospital. Since the Surviving Sepsis campaign, one of their guidelines is to do screening for people that are at high risk for sepsis, for example, the elderly or children or people that are immunocompromised. So a lot of times people are already in the hospital for infection or something else, but it turns into sepsis. So the idea is to be able to use the cards when they would do normal like they check blood pressure and temperature, they would use the SEP cards and be able to look at the IL-6 levels over their hospital stay to be able to indicate when they have sepsis sooner.
So your device would move across the wards where it's being tested?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you use it with blood, or does it first need to be generated to plasma?
I don't know.
Yeah. So actually there is already a technique available on to go from blood to plasma on these kind of chips, on these kind of simple chips. So then we would have to integrate it into this one, which for the competition we didn't, but that's already possible.
I applaud that. Very good job.
Thank you. So I have 2 questions. The first one is, so you on your box there was Fox Biosensing. So I think the technology, the fiber optics SPR, is patented by Fox. So what is your freedom to operate, and what is your relationship with Fox in your plan?
So actually we just put it's based on the SPR technology, but we just use a normal spectrophotometer. We don't have
So Fox does not have a patent on the fiber
No.
optic SPR. Okay.
No.
So the second question is on the financials. So why go for a 3 million seed round for Series A and just a 1 million Series B? Usually the Series B will be about 3 to 5 times larger than Series 1A. So what is the rationale between going back for 1 million euro at year 4 and not more?
Yes, good question. We did not need more, so
Okay.
we did not
Well,
put in more.
never ask for more money from investors than you need because they'll take more of the company. But
Yes.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I think you actually need more in the second investment because your investor will say, I want aggressive marketing because the number of hospitals you're reaching is too low in 5 years' time. And there's competition on the market. So I see the combination of you not increasing or hardly increasing your R&D while you're creating new products, at least that's what you announced. And you have slow growth of adoption of your hospitals. Wouldn't you put all on marketing and just ask for 5 million in 2025 and say we're going out front and then we're conquering 5 countries?
Yeah, so to put more in marketing to conquer more countries.
And then in that case you would need a lot more for marketing. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's more like not a question but a proposition.
We will take up the suggestion.
No other questions? Okay, then I think we're done. Thank you, Team Pulse.
Thank you.
Yes, so now I'm looking for Team Wageningen, who's first competing in this SensUs competition. So good luck to you, Team Wageningen.
Good afternoon and welcome to the translational potential pitch of Team SensWork from Wageningen. I'm Inge and this is Iris. And we will guide you through the real-life application of our IL-6 detection system. So we all know sepsis is a disease with a high mortality rate. However, it even causes more deaths than prostate cancer, breast cancer, and HIV and AIDS combined. Source and symptoms can be non-specific, resulting in a delayed treatment. And that's why earlier diagnosis and accurate monitoring are crucial. So an IL-6 detection system for sepsis diagnosis needs to be quick. It needs to have a high sensitivity and low investment costs for it to be economically feasible.
So we found this solution, but then you might think, how is this suddenly possible? Why isn't it invented earlier? Well, we didn't reinvent the wheel. We just made it better. Maybe the wheels of Max Verstappen, I don't know. But can you go to the next slide? We made a lateral flow assay, which is an established concept, also used in COVID-19 tests, for example. Here you see it. It's a simple measurement for medical professionals. It's based on 20 microliters of blood plasma. It shows the value of IL-6 concentration on a portable device, so on your laptop or your phone. And this IL-6 concentration, the measurement is done within this reader, is then used to determine a patient's antibiotic dosage and its treatment for sepsis disease. So now this reader is made of normal plastic, but since we're from Wageningen University, we're very into sustainability, and our lab is just besides the bioplastic lab. And we have our connections so they can transform it into a bioplastic reader, and also the disposable cartridges can be made of bioplastics.
So then in terms of pricing, because this all seems like a great idea, however, it needs to be feasible. So we could sell the disposable cartridges for a minimum price of €1 per cartridge. So this would make our cartridges the most important revenue. And they are also necessary because you work with biological material. Then when combining them with a reader in a kit, for example, for €30, and selling them to all hospitals in the Netherlands, which are around 600, we would have a first-time revenue of €18,000 already. Where to buy? We would like to start on the Dutch market, as we have the most connections here, and expand to Western markets and third world country and other markets later on once the technique is established. So what needs to happen next for this to be happening? Of course, the prototype needs to be fine-tuned. There are still a lot of options for increasing sensitivity by using novel technologies such as carbon laser cutting, looking into sustainability, and even looking at multiplex testing by using several fluorescent labels at the same time. Then, once going from prototype to product, we could increase the production in collaboration with our sponsor AMS Osram and with High Field Technology, who specialized in making complete lateral flow assay strips. Then we would need to find a key opinion leader in a hospital to set up clinical trials and ensure scientific validations to be able to market and sell our products.
So we created our product based on an established concept, and that way it's easy. Yeah, it's all well known. So it's like a COVID-19 test. It's easy to produce in mass, and our readers are also in mass production already. So that makes it easy to create a viable product. You can find us on LinkedIn and on Instagram, and we also wanted to thank our sponsors.
Okay, then thank you, Team SensWork. Let's see if our jury still has some inspiration left.
Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting and clear. I was wondering, since you are focusing so clearly on accessibility and the price is incredibly low and very affordable compared to some of the other pitches that we've seen today, why are you focusing only on hospitals? Wouldn't it make sense to get this product out there to as many different customers as possible? Because if it's only 30 euros, I could also do home testing for sepsis myself.
Yeah, that's of course our next step, but first you have to go to clinical trials, and therefore you need to go to hospitals and real patients, and you can really do that on a home market.
Yes, and I would like to add, for now it's an IL-6 detection system, so for you to be able to interpret those data at home, we need to make a transition from IL-6 to sepsis, so to be able to interpret the results.
Thank you.
I think we go online now. So I saw there are some questions online. Let's give the floor to the people following online. I cannot read your names. Sorry. Okay. Philippe Renaud, you can take the first question.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. Sorry not to be with you. Very nice presentation. I have a question. So you said you're not reinventing the wheel, and it's a very good idea. But you know, if you want to develop a product, you have the problem of the intellectual property or the freedom to operate. So did you check that you can enter the market with this product without infringing patents of others, or what is your strategy there?
Well, the biochemistry behind the sensor is novel, the reader itself not. So if we want to look at intellectual property, we have to discuss that with our sponsor, AMS Osram. However, Coca-Cola also doesn't have a patent, but their recipe is a secret. So they make a lot of profit as well.
You're perfectly right, but you have the intellectual property, but you have to be sure also to have what is called the freedom to operate. So make sure that you don't infringe. No. Because if you keep a secret and if by chance you have the same process as the other, they can stop you.
Yes, as far as we know, the biochemistry behind this technology is new.
Yep, okay, excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, there was another person online with a question, so please go ahead.
Yeah, very nice presentation. I also have a question connected to that, actually what Philip said. So if you don't have any patent, or if you don't have a patent, a possibility to patent, do you think that there could be other people copying you, whatever you're doing? Because during Corona, we saw that there are a lot of lateral flow assays coming up easily. So if you don't have a patent, people could easily copy you as well, right?
Yeah, that's a possibility, of course, but I think our novelty is especially the specificity of our test. And since it is so specific, and you need the right combinations. We already tested about 300 combinations, so it's not that easy to get behind the recipe of a lateral flow test, and if you keep it a secret. And we expect IP protection maybe, so.
Yeah. And also, your sponsors you mentioned, are these companies could be your potential partners for future, or are these just helping them with your this project?
No, they could be our potential partners. For them, it's also a prototype, so we're helping them and they're helping us. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any questions still left with the jury here in the room? Others, but I thought that hand was already raised for a long time, so I'm not sure if the. Okay. Then Hugo, we take your question online.
Okay, I didn't have my question raised, but
that's what I thought. Sorry.
Congrats you for your work. I ask you as kind of a follow-up to other questions as we have seen. So what did you need to do? What do you need to do differently in order to get to the point of care? And as you mentioned, you have to give this interpretability, but is kind of what would you expect that the outcome of that result to be?
I couldn't really understand your question. Can you maybe repeat it a little bit off the microphone? Or someone else who could?
Yeah, so what do you feel that will be different with regards to having it at the point of care?
What makes
financial needs will be different? How the process of validating will be different? Would you need any type of different regulation of sorts?
You mean if we need any different validation differ from other point of care methods?
Yeah, if you have hospital versus point of care, will you need something different in terms of approach?
Okay. In my opinion, I didn't think of it if we need a different approach, but maybe you can add, I don't know. No. No, I didn't think we take a different approach. No.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So I didn't really understand that question as well, but I have a different question. Hopefully you can answer that. I think it's about the possibility of home testing. The question if you need to do the home testing by a patient at home, that the patient can do it itself, or you need a doctor with that. But that's a different question. I'm sorry, this is going all the way, but. My question is, will the patient be able to use maybe a smartphone instead of your readout apparatus?
The reader is coupled to Bluetooth, so if you download an app, you can see it on your phone. And yeah, eventually it may be possible for a patient to just take a finger prick, depending on the sample path of her lateral flow, to filter all the rest. So eventually you would end up with plasma and then you could do it at home, yeah.
Yeah, so that was the second question, the plasma instead of whole blood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So, thanks for the nice presentation. So I fully agree, lateral flow assays are unbeatable in terms of cost. Yeah? So, but are you really sure to reach the necessary sensitivity?
Yeah, we're quite sure. We reached the 10 micrograms per milliliter right now, but we will increase more. But
okay.
If we have another year in the lab, we can increase the sensitivity. We already looked into novel technologies such as the carbon laser cutting to increase the sensitivity.
So that is a strength then.
Yeah. So there's definitely a lot of room for improvement still.
Okay, thank you.
I I have a question related to your business development. So what channels do you think you would need in order to reach your customers? And do you see a difference between the early stages, so how to get your first customers on board, and then when you're scaling up your business, how will you make sure to reach your customers?
For now, we thought we need a key opinion leader, because if you have one person who is important in the field, then you reach eventually a lot of people already in the field. So our plan was to, I think it's very important, sepsis detection. So as we see all with the other pitches, you reach eventually quite a lot of hospitals within a small piece of time. Yeah.
So you will use an opinion leader perhaps to make other hospitals aware of what you're doing, but then what's then the next step? And
so we had an interview with Erik Altena from Finapres Medical Systems. So they're a company between product developers and hospitals themselves, and we asked him how to handle this, how to tackle this problem, and he said you definitely need to find a key opinion leader to set up the clinical trials, because if you don't have scientific validation and background, the hospitals won't buy it. Furthermore, the device is relatively cheap, so for the hospitals it wouldn't be a great loss if they purchase it once and it doesn't fit in their treatment protocols, or they don't think of it as use. So the low costs are here of help as well for implementing them.
Checking one more time if you have questions left from the jury. No? Then that's it for you. Thanks a lot, team.
Thank you.
SensUs.
So moving up to the next, and I think it's the last presentation of today, from UpSens, where you were at. Oh, there.
So yes, this is the last presentation, so just hold in for a couple more minutes. So I'm from UpSens, the team from Sweden, and this is our business pitch. So to begin with, traditional sepsis diagnostics today have many problems. Murray, yeah? Today it's traditionally acutely slow, it uses non-specific symptoms for diagnosis, and the diagnosis is therefore delayed. This delay costs billions for society and hospitals each year. In Europe alone, 3.4 million people are diagnosed with sepsis each year, and 1 in 5 of these people die as a result of it. The cost of sepsis in Europe is estimated to be over 100 billion each year. So try to help solve this 100 billion question, UpSens has developed a biosensor. Our biosensor allows for rapid sepsis detection using a sepsis biomarker, and the biosensor allows for patient monitoring, and it's also easy to operate. So our value proposition for our customers is to be able to perform pre-symptomatic screening, so screening way before symptoms start to arrive, which will increase the survival rate of patients, decrease the cost of care for patients, and only for a cost of 26 euros. It's frankly amazing. So just a quick slide on our biosensor and how it works. It uses aptamers, or DNA strands, that bind to IL-6. When they bind to IL-6, they change conformation, which can then be detected with an electrochemical technique. Our business plan is to target hospitals, and more specifically, intensive care units, neonatal wards, and emergency rooms, where sepsis patients are mostly found. Our business model relies on leasing out our biosensor for a nominal charge, and then selling the cartridges that are one-time use for the biosensor. Our go-to-market plan consists of 2 phases. The first one being a research and development phase, where we will build our first commercially viable biosensor, apply for patents, and apply for the EMA certification. We will also try to get contracts with outsourcing of distribution as well. And then it comes to the expansion phase, where we actually enter the market first in Sweden and then quickly going into the whole of Europe. In this phase, we will also have to raise capital for the first years to sustain operations. Our financial viability can be seen in this figure. It is based on Swedish data, and Swedish data alone, that we have gathered from key opinion leaders from academia, hospitals, and investment managers. In 2032, we expect our revenues to be 1.4 million euros, with a net profit of 330,000 euros. And the estimated value of our company will be close to 13 million. But with that said, this is just the numbers for Sweden, which is only 2% of the European market. So, taking the expansion into Europe account, we think that we can get these numbers to multiply by 50. Of course, we need a management team as well. So we will hire the best chief executives known to planet Earth and have a board of directors to help them to make the best business decisions for our business. And of course, we need to talk to key opinion leaders in our business and in biotechnology to help us build the best biosensor and keep on improving and being up to date with what's going on with research. So my last question to you guys are you ready to fight sepsis with us? Thanks for listening.
Thanks a lot, Team UpSense, and also for kicking us in the butt to make sure we ask the last round of critical questions with your activating shout out at the end. Let's see if we do have any burning questions. People are still thinking a bit. Okay, oh, you do? Okay.
Can you go back to your go-to-market slide?
Yes.
Yeah, so how long again was the R&D phase?
It's expected to last 2 years.
Okay, and then after the R&D phase, when you start expanding, do you do any marketing before that, or what's your plan to go, like, to flow smoothly from R&D to expansion? What type of partners will you need? Can you just give more insight into that transition?
Yeah, so of course we will start marketing, and we will start marketing on when we start the expansion phase. Even though, of course, SensUs, and we're talking to hospitals all over Sweden, and talking to investment managers, and we're also talking to distribution services and trying to make contacts and contracts as we go. But it's still very early, but yes, of course.
And for like I understand kind of the talking to hospitals for clinical trials and distribution, but what about for construction of the prototype itself, for development of building enough prototypes for the expansion phase? Do you have partners in mind for that?
Not yet. We might do it in-house. It's always hard with life science devices to see how easy they are to actually outsource in the manufacturing. So our biosensor is quite simple, so it should be feasible to do that. But I've left some leeway just because of that, because we're not sure yet. So yeah.
Okay, in the meanwhile, I see there is also a question from Philippe Renaud online.
Yes, I had a question. So in the early phase of your research phase, you will rely mostly on grants for the funding, is it right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good point, and I think it's okay. In the cost of development, this is my second question. Do you need to formally go with clinical trial to have your device accepted by the market and reimbursed?
Yes.
And what would be the cost of this trial? So who pays?
We would probably use the grant money to do that. They have made new legislation this year, making it more difficult. Sadly, I don't remember the exact amount, but it's more expensive now than it was before, and so on. So yeah.
Yeah. And because you know the clinical trials are usually super expensive, also because the hospitals will charge you. It's not that you just give that for free. It's more than that. Usually you even have to pay for something.
Yes, yes, of course. And
okay.
Yeah, the clinical trials are a bit more lenient for in vitro diagnostics than for, say, pharmaceuticals and so on. So
agree.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. I found interesting you presented the team for the future growth of your company. Maybe you can go back to that slide. And you have a very ambitious idea. You want to have the best CEO in the world. And let's say you get in touch with this guy. How do you convince him? Oh, woman, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, of course, yeah. Person, with this person. Let's say you get in touch with this person, and how do you convince this person to join your company, because you're a startup, and it might be difficult that you convince this person to join. What can you offer?
Yes, I think that CEOs, of course, have to be good leaders, but also good visionaries. And this, if anything, is a cause worth fighting for. And as you saw in our financial viability phase, we will grow fast and large. So yeah, I think even though we might not be able to pay them the best in the beginning, wait 10 years and you'll see you will be very happy with your investment.
Let's put it a bit further, the question. How is your shareholder structure plan? So how do you plan to structure the shares of the company, especially if you want to have an external CEO? Yeah, what do you think about that? Will he become shares, or she or him, will that person become shares?
Yes, we think that it's usually good that the chief executives have at least some shares in the company to give them the incentive to actually grow the company and just try to drain the company of more money in salary. So yes, but then of course we have to talk to investors and try to negotiate how much they want, and yeah, so it's nothing solid, but of course we want to keep as much of our shares as possible.
Maybe there's already someone here. What would be your number? How much share would you give?
For the company, or given?
For the CEO.
Oh, I mean, it depends on how and what, like, when they jump ship, right? So of course, if we're further down the road, they would get a smaller piece usually, and then they would probably have, you know, like each year they get a small piece of the shares, so it's growing over time. Yeah, so
that's a good idea.
Yeah, so they can actually benefit from staying with the company.
I like your target markets. I think you thought them through. But I was wondering, maybe this is me filling in, but in Sweden, I think there could also be additional opportunities, the country being quite stretched out and remote. Did you also consider other customers than just your hospital as a market?
Yeah, point of care as also, but also elderly care, where we think that the elderly are generally a risk group for sepsis. So just having it in elderly care places where they can test for people who they think might be in the high risk would also be a customer.
And then I have two questions related to that. One is a cost question, right? How much does your test cost, and will, in those sort of settings, your test also be financially viable?
Cost to produce, or cost the selling cost?
The selling cost, so in the elderly home.
Yeah, so we lease the biosensor for 200 euros a year, and then we sell the cartridges for 25 euros per test.
I see. And then my famous question, will it in a point of care setting work if you use blood, or do they need to make plasma sometime?
We haven't tested that yet, but the articles we used to get the aptamers and the workflow prove that they can make this method work in whole blood. So that is our aim.
Okay, thank you.
One quick, did you mention patents?
I said yes, that we would file for patents, yes.
I have a question. In the beginning of your slides, you started off with this promise of having a solution that allows for pre-symptomatic screening. Yep. So that, of course, has to come with a certain testing strategy that then translates into the number of tests you will be able to sell. So I was wondering whether you could elaborate a bit more on that.
Yes, so the thought was to start screening of patients that you know are high risk, so people come out of operations, people in the ICU in general, and maybe elderly, that you think that these people might develop sepsis, that are already at the hospital.
And how often would you then test them? Do you have ideas like on when is the right timing to test them? Would that translate into a testing policy in a way?
Yeah. I think we would have to talk more to doctors to see what fits them and so on, even though a nurse could operate the machine. But maybe once an hour would be enough. I don't know, maybe twice, every other hour would be enough to screen.
Yeah, and then given the pricing, which was like 25 euros
Yeah.
per test, so
yeah,
that's also why I was wondering how often would you test one patient, and would it then perhaps also depend on their condition or something like that?
Yeah, of course, the condition of the patient. I mean, it's all, boils down to economics in the end, sadly, of course. With that being said, it costs literally thousands to care for one of these patients. So if you could detect sepsis earlier and thereby start treatment earlier and get them out of the hospital earlier, you would probably save thousands of euros.
Yeah, and I think I would be interested in making sure you deliver all that.
Yeah.
What type of testing policy would be
I can't give
the
you an
right one?
exact, we would have to talk to doctors about that. But yeah.
Thanks. Any other questions? Any burning questions left? Online? Yeah, I see again a couple of hands raised online, but I cannot read the names from here.
Yeah, so maybe if you all can hear me. Yeah. You already touched upon a part of my question in the customer segment. I was wondering if all these different customer segments also need the same, have the same requirements of your product. I can imagine a nursery home, a GP, a hospital, they have different, let's say, demands and different value proposition. Can you all develop that in one product, or are you going to choose a beachhead? What's the approach there?
Since they're only leasing the biosensor for a nominal charge, and then they're also paying for the amount of tests they do, so they can, to a certain degree, decide themselves how much they want to pay, depending on how many tests they do. So a hospital monitoring might use more frequent tests because they usually have more severe patients than in a nursery home, for example. So yeah, but of course you could discuss with your customers for a different business plan and so on, and pricing model.
And the product remains the same, so that's for everyone, they can use the same product.
Yeah, as of now, yes, of course. But of course we want to streamline the...
Clever.
Yeah.
I believe that was the final question. One final check, yes. That's it for you. Thanks a lot, Team UpSense.
And with that, all the pitches of the Translation Potential Award have been seen by all of you, or at least half of them, I guess. I wanted to thank you all for being present. For the audience, I want to ask you to return to the Atlas Hall. The jury will go into a discussion, and we will have the award ceremony, I believe, in an hour or so. So thank you all for being present. Thank you all for being here.